temples making hospitals, Hindu schools, pathshalas, goshalas, orphanages, that Muslim places of worship and Christian places of worship are doing and converting because they have those schools and hospitals. People bringing people into their fold that Hindus are simply not able to do. So these are not issues that can be pushed aside. I agree that these are not issues that can be brought to the table immediately. That is what Modi's thinking is. But everything should happen in parallel, you know. That's the answer, limited answer.
I believe the large responsibility also lies with every Hindu. How many Hindu does go to temple today? So if you see the other religion, every Friday they religiously go. Every Sunday they religiously go. So as a Prime Minister, I believe whatever he has done and unable to do in 9 years, he cannot be so vocal. He can go to temple and he's fully into Basma, but he will not tell that you guys go to temple. So that has to be something that has come from each and every individual, and I believe we as a group can educate our Hindus to create that kind of awareness.
Now, I think change is happening after a few years. All Hindus, every Friday, they will go to a mosque. That's not a question. Yeah, sure. No.
Get them to be aware of what is happening to this civilization. Of course, I'm also talking of the big number of children who go abroad, who actually do not know that, and they think it is secularism is a big thing, and our kind of secularism is just apne pair pe kuladi marna kind of a thing, and they are not aware that these practices do have a meaning behind it. I myself was not aware till a decade ago how important it was. So you, in your position, I would humbly request you to reach out to this kind of educated and upcoming next generation people to be more aware of our civilization and how others also could go about it, and let them know. The minute we talk about Hindu, they say you are very right. You are talking religion, only religion.
Yes.
They do not understand that there is much behind it. And I think being such a public figure and such a loud figure, you should also add it for the next generation. I think that it is a vast majority, and especially now with SB 403 and all coming in US, it seems to be acquiring a dangerous kind of a dimension. So that's my worry, and I would humbly request you to address it in any which way that you can and your friends can.
No, thank you very much, but I have to say this, despite your kindness showered on me, the real heroes and legends are people like Jesai and Vishnu and his father. They are the people who are actually making the difference on the ground. My position, when you say, is as exalted as any other professor at JNU, to be honest, you know. Other than that, and I have a lot of other things to do, so if I'm to paraphrase Newton, if I'm able to look further and talk about these issues, it is because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants like Vishnu, who yesterday, in fact, opened my eyes and said, this government is spending more than 3,200 crores, giving money to Waqf land and buildings on them, to give them interest-free loans. How on earth is this secularism? Am I being an Islamophobe if I say this? Do people even understand the definition of secularism? So ma'am, you're right, but at the end of the day, these things have to stem from the top. You know, even Jesai and Vishnu and Vikram, they can only do so much. It has to come from the Prime Minister or the President, you know. Then things change. Otherwise, you know, we can talk about it.
Sir, since you are an atheist, I am sure that they will think that you are totally impartial, which you are. And just listen to you more. That was my point.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I request Shri Krishnan of Shri Krishna Sweets and Shri Shyam Sundarji to come up to the stage to release the book.
This is a real honor for me. It's almost like yes, the God from the Sanctum Sanctorum has come to, it's really. I am no longer an atheist. I have seen God.
I request our Professor Kanag Sabhapati sir to give a memento to Anand sir.
counteroffensive again against the Abbasid Caliphate. Okay. Now, all these names are invisible from our history books. Forget textbooks. I don't think for the fog of knowledge anybody knows about Parmar Lakshmadev. Right? So I think this is beyond left, right, center. Okay, there is a certain invisibility which is there. Let's go to the second quiz question, which hopefully people please maybe forget my book, etc. But keeping aside the 20th century, Bharat and China have always been sister civilizations. We had always peaceful relations. There's a very famous WhatsApp forward which comes, that India conquered China without sending a soldier. So all our sages went there. So how many people think this is right? Or is it right or wrong? No, I think I'm getting into patterns coming very clear. Okay. So I'll again, so not just, firstly when I say China, it is not the modern day China. So the great, I would say, dichotomy of history is modern day China is far larger than historic China. Right? Because places like Yunnan, Tibet, Xinjiang, etc. were never historically part of China. But I'm talking about mainland China, Han China, the eastern central parts of China. We have Chinese texts from at least 4 different Chinese empires which says that there was military and administrative rule of Indian dynasties over China. One more invisible name, Gahadwal Govinda Chandra. Right? I don't think anybody would have heard of him. Gahadwal Govinda Chandra of Kannauj, connected to Tamil Nadu. His sister's inscription is found in Tanjavur. But this Gahadwal Govinda Chandra explicitly in a Prakrit text plants his flag in mainland China against the Song Emperor. Right? So we'll come to that. Okay. Now a lot of people got very afraid when I started telling them, see, I've got a book. The book is called Bharat's Military Conquest in Foreign Countries. So first they said, is it about Sri Lanka, Afghanistan? I said, no, I all consider them part of Bharat. They said, no, is it about Southeast Asia? I said, see, it's much beyond and all. Then they got very afraid. They said, see, if you write such a book, then it will destroy our narrative that we are such a ahimsa loving, peaceful country. Our sages went and, without anything they spread their word. See, our culture is great. Civilization is great. But please try and understand, your enemy doesn't care a damn about your moral standing. He doesn't care a damn about how ahimsavadi you are, right? He wants to destroy you. He has an existential issue with you. So irrespective of how you suppress your Shastra Dharma, he will come for you. And in fact, if you tell him that, historically I have never attacked any other invading country, he will attack you more. Because he will know that you are a weak people. You cannot accept the Shastra Dharma itself. Somebody said that as Hindus we should go to temple every day. Go to temple every day. Also realize all those people who sacrifice their life so that his temples are standing. So our Shastra Dharma is very important. Let's not forget that. Peace is very important. Peace backed by strength is what is effective. Okay. Then something, our merchants and sages went to foreign lands, and our merchants, it was very peaceful. We traded with Mesopotamia. Our Sindhu Saraswati seals have been found in Iraq. We went to Southeast Asia. We built Angkor Wat, etc. All this happened extremely peacefully. I think this pattern is becoming very, very, very open, right? So we had a lot of trade, but our traders were protected by the Shastra Dharma of our Chakravartis. Between 633 and 639 CE, the Rashidun Caliphate, the first caliphate of Islamic history, attacked Arde Hind, which was an Indian merchant settlement in Al-Faw Peninsula, Iraq. They were defended, that settlement was defended, and the Arabs were pushed back 80 kilometers by Chalukya Pulakeshin. Okay? This is there in no less than 4 Arabic records, including 2 communications between the Caliph and his generals. Now, very easy. We are in Tamil Nadu only. After the Sangam age, okay, now I'm not talking about Sangam age, all the great emperors. After the Sangam age, which Tamil emperor establishes authority over Southeast Asia? Very simple question. Okay, anybody else? Okay, anybody else? Wrong question. All of them. So it's not just one emperor. In fact, if you look at it explicitly in the inscriptions and also in Southeast Asian texts, we have at least 5 emperors. 3 Chola emperors, 1 Pallava emperor, 1 Pandyan emperor. Okay, Rajendra Chola, Veera Rajendra Chola, Kulatunga Chola, Nandivarman, Avani Narayanan, and Jatavarman Veera Pandya. And these are people who have explicitly mentioned locations in Southeast Asia. There are many others who have said we have crossed the seas and we have done everything. So importantly, the entire spread of culture, civilization, our architecture, etc., was backed by strong geopolitical hard power. Okay, let's not disguise that fact. Okay, okay. One question people ask: if we are so brave, etc., why were we invaded so often? See, in history, I just put a cross for the continuity. But in history, we need to learn our lessons both from the good periods and the bad periods. So in our history, those Chakravartis, those emperors who correctly interpreted the real politics of the Mahabharata, the Arthashastra, the Nitisara, etc., who clearly interpreted what was Rajadharma and what was the Ram Rajyam, they became victorious and they became successful. Those kings who got into a hubris, those which faced brutality at the hands of the ISIS, right? So today, in this geopolitical context, just pause a moment and think about this one expedition which happened about 3,000 odd years ago. Now, there is one Arabic, a Perso-Arabic scholar called Muhammad Pact. It was not a raid. A lot of people say this was a raid. They went and built temples. This was clear, sheer geopolitical control. Ghadawal Govindachandra, the invisible king, but who is one of the most greatest master statesmen and diplomats of our history. Now, history of Tamil or Chaulas were a Dravidian, more in a Buddhist monastery. I like Buddhism more.
I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are on to the book launch of Mrs. Swaroop Sampath Raval, former Miss India, actress, trainer for teachers, and an exceptional author. On the other side is Dr. Ananda Shankar Jain, a Bharatanatyam dancer, former IRTS officer, motivational speaker, an SNA Padma Shri awardee. I request Srimati Uma Shri of Nice Academy and Shri Hari Ji from Sarvam School to come up to the stage for the book launch.
A very good morning to you all. And so I'm going to begin with two of us are going to be talking in this segment. And I'm going to begin the talk with talking about my book called Play, Practice and Pursue. So I want to just give you a little bit about the beginning of why I did this. It is based on the national education policy, which talks about 10 days bagless period in the middle school. What is so important about that? I mean, like, okay, fun games and, you know, no studies, no bags. But that's not true. So this whole idea is something I've been working on since 2007. On the introduction of something called pre-vocation education. Why that? Because I know that a lot of us had great introductions to various arts and skills as kids. But what about the children in our villages? What about our rural children? What about our farmer children? They are not introduced to the arts of India. Or maybe just one or two. But do you know that India, Bharat Desh, has over 300 arts and crafts, which will die if our students don't learn them in the schools. And there is no accommodation of that in any of our schools. There are two segments. One are the state schools and government schools, and the others are the great boards that have come from abroad, which don't even bother to teach our children about India. And I think that's really sad. For example, there is a wonderful instrument, a musical instrument in Kutch. There is only one instrument left and only one person who plays it. And the irony is the person who repairs it is across the border in Pakistan. That's it. And that's happening to a lot. I don't know if the ladies know about the Maheshwari saris which were dying. And they were revived. There is a beautiful documentary on Banarsi weave, which we all wear in our weddings. Do you know the person who weaves Banarsi was crying? He said the kids need to learn about this when they're in the 6th standard. So we are not talking of child labor. And the whole thing is that this child rights program, which was created in the West, is not applicable to our country. And yet we follow it because they don't even have half the arts and crafts that we have. And as far as I know, that the silly education system which they brought in, and we were even sillier to continue doing it, doesn't talk of this. You just had one wonderful example of a person who talked of history right now. Why do you think we were taught that we were losers? Why do you think we were taught that we don't have any art, craft? We don't have anything. Because one of the things is they attack our self-esteem. They destroy us. And I'm very serious about this. Like Arand talked a lot, you know, and I agree with a lot of everything he's talking about. And, you know, he said that the vote bank first wants the food and the gas and the toilets, the roti, kapda or makan. But don't you realize that mental health is a big thing? And mental health doesn't have to do with roti, kapda or makan. One of the biggest things that gets us to our life, to our mental health, is culture. And what is culture? Culture, by definition, is that complex whole which includes knowledge, belief, art, moral laws, customs, and other capabilities and habits that are acquired by people in the member of society. Culture is the essence of the spirit of the society and includes rules, principles, morality, the way we dress, the language we speak, the religion we follow, the rituals, the art, and the system of belief. How come we are not taught this in school? How come? Do you know, sadly, all the policies, even though this new NEP 2020 is one of the world's greatest document, as an educationist I say that, they don't talk of spirituality. They talk of holistic education. But what is the whole person? You know, years back it was intelligence, so it was the IQ. Then they realized, no, we are emotional beings. So they got EQ. And then we talked about being strong and healthy, and we talked of PQ, that's the physical health. In the 20th century, the World Health Organization came up with this beautiful term, life skills, the psychosocial skills. And so we started, very few people, I bet none of you all do that, think about it, social quotient. But there are two very important quotients that we are not talking about. One is our spiritual quotient and the other is aesthetic quotient. So this book addresses that. And of course, everybody says that, change comes from up. I believe change comes from down. I believe if we bring this into our schools, we will change the child in the school. We don't want to change him, actually, we want to transform him. And I'm not talking of the elite. I'm talking of every child in our village, every child in the slums. I'm talking about the child in child labor. I'm talking about the child on the streets. And I'm talking, importantly, about the child in the apartments and the high rises, because those are the ones that are going to probably become the bureaucrats. We need to change everybody's thinking. So this book talks about that, and that's what I'm talking about, including spirituality in the schools. I am talking of aesthetics, and I'm going to raise a very important point here. If we want to bring Bharat fast forward, we need to take a stand, which I do at all academic conferences, is I am not from Southeast Asia. I am from India. Don't club me with Southeast Asia. Another thing is, it is not Eastern knowledge. It is Indian knowledge. It is not aesthetics, which is only based on Greece, the Western aesthetics. I want my children to learn Indian aesthetics. There is a vast difference. I'm not saying Western aesthetics is bad. No. First learn Indian aesthetics and then learn Western aesthetics. Western aesthetics is about copying nature, which is great because if you see their statues, they're wonderful. I mean, I have, sat looking at these statues and I've got these pictures where I've looked at it and just fallen in love with what the artist did, or the beautiful landscapes. But Indian aesthetics is even greater than that. And I get goosebumps just thinking about it, because all of it is done for the glory of God. There are two aspects of Indian aesthetics. One is the art, and the other art is in our homes. The beautiful ghade pe ghada, or the wonderful Kutch embroidery done for everyday wear. This is everyday stuff. This is aesthetics. This is what India is about. And this is what I want my children to learn. And like Krishna Bhagavan says, that everything is mine. Sure. And that's why our wonderful artists did not write their names on their paintings. Just think of that beauty. Recently I met somebody who bought some fantastic paintings and all from Odisha, and they said that the government is stealing these people's this thing by not allowing them to sign. No, it isn't that. You did not sign your work because it was done for the glory of God. So, the next point I want to raise is that we, as teachers and parents, need to teach our children this. Besides the other things, but we need to teach them this. And that's what I did in the village. I did a whole 10-day workshop, and that's what this book is about, of how I taught the 92 kids the Aditya Ridhanam. And I told them this is in Valmiki's Ramayana. India, Bharat knew that the earth moved in such a way that the sun rose at the Himalayan mountains and went down the Vindhyas. We knew that the sun was the giver of health and thus wealth. We knew that Shri Ram, when he said this, he got the power to fight his enemies. I empowered my children by enabling them to learn it. How did I do it? I did it with great fun. As a story, I told the Aditya Ridhanam. Then I made a PPT with all the pictures. And then I took them to a heritage site, the Modhera Sun Temple. I showed them the beauty of art over there. They saw the story of Aditya Ridhanam in the temples. They heard about how the great king of Patan made this temple to celebrate the sun. They also learnt that Islamic invasion broke every idol on this temple. Why do we hide this? You know, when we talk of colonization, we only talk of British colonization. So I asked senior teachers in college, why are you not talking of Islamic? See, we've got Muslim kids in our class. So we even have Christian kids in our class. So somebody asked me, you're talking of teaching stotras and spirituality and Sanatan Dharma in the classroom. Because Sanatan Dharma is spirituality. And I said, yes. They said, what about the Muslim kids? What about the Christian kids? And I said, we need to understand that all of us have a common heritage. We have the common heritage of the Sindhu Sanskriti, Sindhu Saraswati Sanskriti. I'm not teaching them religion. There are millions of stotras from the Vedas, which the UNESCO calls the 4 pillars that hold up the superstructure of Asia. UNESCO calls Mahabharata and Ramayana, it's a tangible heritage, and it's called the world's best poetry written with a message to humanity. Yet, in the name of secularism, we do not teach our children this. Isn't that wrong? So, I think I've nearly come to the end of my time, haven't I? Yeah? So, I want to raise some points which are very important, and that is something which you all should know when we talk about it. Not teaching children, especially the Hindu children, in spirituality and their stotras in school, do you know it's not only against the goals of SDG 2030, which the whole world is a signatory about, but it is against the UNCRC, that's the United Nations Convention of Child Rights. Yes. It states that by incorporating such education, children get deeper understanding of their rights and are empowered to explore their spiritual belief while respecting diverse perspective of others. That was Article 14. It says the human right to freedom of religion. And it's in the child rights. Okay, I'm not talking of other rights, human rights. Because we are great, no, child right this, child right that, labor this, labor that. So use this too. And then education in religion and culture can help children exercise their rights to culture participation as stipulated in Article 15 and 31 of UNCRC. Finally, such education can support child rights to their own identity as enshrined in Article 2, 7 and 30 of the UNCRC. Do you see this? The culture is, heavily talked about in the SDGs because it says that we have to include culture, human right, heritage, creativity, all these components in education. So, yeah, and the child rights. I think it's a very important thing. And so when I went to Modhera, I taught the children. Guess what I taught them there? You'd not be able to believe this. I taught them mathematics at the temple. Because in the Kund, there is fractal geometry and the Fibonacci series. Even before the name fractal geometry was made, this temple was made with fractal geometry. I taught my children pottery over there. Yes, yes, we need to fight it every day. Vision. We need to fight it in the courts. But we also need a very silent revolution which will happen in schools. And we need to do it. And we need to be aware. I would like you all to be aware and know about the new education framework that's come out. Do you know that, Shefali, you should know this, that the yoga was not included in it. Till somebody protested and said, how can you not put yoga in the new national education, new framework? Not in the NEP and the curriculum framework. Because that's what they're going to learn now for the next 30, 40 years. So please be aware. You know, we have to fight this at different levels. And for me, it's my children, the children of my country. I want to change their lives. I want to take Bharat fast forward this way. I want to have entrepreneurs in the classroom. And they will only be entrepreneurs if we introduce this at the preparatory level, in the middle school. I think we should all start respecting that teacher who's teaching the kids in the first and the second standard too. And she has this great thing to do. And at the same time, I really thank all my friends who are writing these wonderful books on history. And I hope that they get included properly into the framework. Or some of us teachers are bold enough to say, you know, this is what's written, but this is the truth. So let's learn the truth. And like my motto is, if not me, then who? If not now, then when? I think everybody should do this. If not now, then when are we going to do it? We all need to take a stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swarup Sampathji. For that very moving and inspiring talk. I am Ananda Shankar Jayant, a Bharatanatyam dancer, teacher, choreographer. I also served as a bureaucrat, the much maligned word, for many years. So I have always brought the two learnings from my dance and my bureaucratic world. They've always met each other. So in 2017, with my co-founder Sneha, who's behind there, we were all talking apps at that point of time. India was talking of digital India. And I looked at Bharatanatyam and I said, hey, I have students coming to my class twice a week, and then they go back, and I tell them to practice, and they don't practice. And I think this is the bane of all performing art teachers. And I said, let's do something. So, and then we created this browser-based application called Natyaramba, which was my first venture into marrying technology into a very traditional art form. And of course, this is now followed across the world. Slowly and steadily, this continued. And then, of course, the pandemic hit us. So 2020, when the world was we were all locked down. And on the first day of the lockdown, on March 20th of 2020, I said, let's do something online. Of course, all of us learned how to I even downloaded Instagram only then. I didn't even have it then. So slowly and steadily, we started marrying technology to the arts. We created something called Namaskaram, a 1-minute video, and we asked people from across the globe to say thank you through dance. And that happened. and it became an ode to all the warriors, the doctors, which happened then. Slowly, and we continued through the lockdown. I'm giving you this very brief background as to, I'm coming into the topic in a bit. So slowly, I think we'll fast forward this. Yeah, and then we continued to engage artists online through various schemes throughout 20 and 21. One was called With Me, where we looked at artists, mental health, Punarnava, inspiration from the likes of Sonal Mansingh ji and those who've gone through extraordinary travails in life and have bounced back with the power of art. And we created a beautiful rap song called Jile with children, so that this positivity was something that we were pushing through the arts, through technology, and through inspiration and motivational concepts. And then in September 2020, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about the power of katha, the power of storytelling in his Man Ki Baat. And that's when Kutti Kahani happened. As a dancer, I'm essentially a storyteller. I tell narratives, I share narratives. My mother, like for all of us, used to tell us a story every night. And she would animate it with song, music, dance, multi-language, and she would make us write and draw about it later. And that became, I think for all of us, the bedrock of our civilizational learning and of our values and life lessons. In September 2020, while this Man Ki Baat was happening, I was assailed. I was seeing young children locked up in their homes, with parents locked up in their bedrooms, not knowing, busy with their work, children not going out to school. So I asked myself this question: in a globalized world, how can we make our children stay connected to their roots? It often seems that young India is so deracinated and so far completely removed from their roots. Well, punishing schedules of parents, absolutely heavy timetables of schools, nuclear families, all these put together have seen us sidestepping of the transmission of civilizational knowledge. And our transmission happened through stories, through learning, through the arts, as Swaroopji so beautifully just put it in front of us. While this thought was assailing me, what also came to the fore is small pockets of young children across India and the globe were still staying connected to the arts. Music class, dance class, painting classes, gardening, all these traditional art forms, crafts, where they went and learned. They learned something about their art. For example, I would have young parents come up to me and say, "You've taught me a story that I never knew about." I ask them back a simple question. If I'm teaching my student of 7 years or 8 years Krishna ne begane baro, and I don't teach the child 4 stories on Krishna, the child can't emote. And hence, learning the art forms, learning any of the arts or crafts becomes the shortest pathway to traditional knowledge, because willy-nilly you will learn it. So I looked at this and I said, how can I capture these students who are still staying in those little classrooms, imbibing values and cultural ethos and India's wisdom, immersing in our Bharatiya legacy. And we at Natyaramba, that is the platform, we said, let's listen in to what the children already know. And thus was born Kutti Kahani. Kutti Kahani was essentially Kutti, small, Kahani, stories, Chote Chote Kahani, wherein I reached out to children in the age group of 6 to 13 across India, it went across the globe later, to tell me a story, a Hindu story that they knew, through the prism of their own performative talent. And I told the parents, please video it on your phones and send it back to us. And it became a new way of sharing knowledge. Because what we did to these videos is we, of course, amped it up, and we had a professional digital designer do the animation and all that, so that it became of international standard. And it became, we called it Kutti Kahani, Eternal Stories, Young Storytellers. So when one of their own was telling the stories, the children loved it. And this was going online every morning, 8 a.m., from November 20th to December 31st of 2020. It had music, it had stories through music, dance, chanting, puppetry, poetry, acting, and of course, storytelling. So it became a new method of sharing traditional knowledge and values through the prism of arts and of course, technology. So what it did is, this is of course dedicated to every grandparent and teacher and generations of storytellers, we all are storytellers, which have kept India's cultural civilization alive. And because it was a video project, we had a little nice jingle that we added to it. So we said, Kutti 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 Kahani, Chote Chinna Kutti Kahani, Kutti 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 Kahani, and it went on from Dada Dadi, from Tata Pati, Kutti 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 Kahani. So this is what it was. So what it became was, it was a multi-art, multilingual, digital, design, and animation. You can forward it. Yeah. So multi-art, of course, they had so many art forms. Multilingual, I ended up having 11 languages, and wherever I needed, I had subtitles. And we had young storytellers from Majuli Island to Ludhiana, to Gujarat, to Ahmedabad, to Kerala, and of course UK, USA, Singapore, and Malaysia. And it brought alive multitude of stories, many that even I didn't know. So this was how, there were the many episodes, and I remember Sneha and I talking and saying, she calls me Akka, and she said, Akka, you won't get more than 10 episodes. And we had 55 episodes. and we had to stop it at some point of time. So what it essentially had was, it was a 55-episode stories from India, storytelling in the age group of 6 to 13, as I said, multi-art, stories from epics, Puranas, folk tales, bhakti poets, handicrafts, and even something on neem tree, young stories across India, languages, English, Sanskrit, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, Kannada, Malayalam, Bengali, Punjabi, and Assamese, and of course, a whole bunch of performing arts. Now, I'm just coming into the book. I will just share with you some snippets so that you have an idea how the videos look and how they played out. The first video is one of our favorites. It's by a young 7-year-old. And he spoke on Narasimha. Is that the tethering? Is that a Wi-Fi? Okay, so what we had is, until that comes up, we had different methodologies to do it. We had instrumentation, like children would send us stories through instrument playing. Once it comes up, you tell me. I'll just stop talking after that.
Namaste. My name is Vitarag Upadhyay. Today, I'm going to tell you a very beautiful story. But
Wi-Fi?
Which story should I tell you? There are so...
Oh, that's sad. Technology will kill us, won't it? Okay, so we had children sending us instruments from Majuli Island. We had, youngs playing the drums. A chanda player, a 5-year-old chanda player said, I want to grow up and play chanda in the Trishur Puram. That was his aim in life, and he played the chanda. So what was happening is, seeing this, the urban child was also getting excited. The urban child was saying, hey, I also want to learn this. Then we had stories from the Puranas, told in Tamil. A child, there's a sequence in which a young sister asks the elder sister, after the Dashavtaram, the Golu is happening, Dashara Golu, and she misplaces Vamana before Narasimha. So the elder sister says, this is not the way to do it. And then they place it right, and then she says, the young sister says, Akka, have all the gods come and gone? Will there be no other god coming? And the elder sister replies, illa kalki varuvar periya vaal pudichundu varuvar. So it became a simple, easy way for children to connect. So parents and teachers were excited to bring these stories alive in the most interesting way possible. We also, because it was the pandemic, we had even chants. Like, was a young child who I wish this was playing. I wish we could do that. Yeah? It's done? Okay, we can play that. Sorry about that.
Namaste. My name is Vitarag Upadhyay. Today I'm going to tell you a very beautiful story. But which story should I tell you? There are so many pillars here. I will tell you a story where Lord Vishnu came out of a pillar. But before that, let's close our eyes and sing a prayer. 1 minute. Shruti box. Achyutam Keshavam. Long, long ago, there was a boy named Prahlada. He was a very good boy, just like me. Vallabham Achyutam Keshavam. But his father was not like
Not like his father.
my father. He was
We tested it yesterday. The Wi-Fi is not good? Yeah. Okay. So I wish we could play this. Yeah, so we had this other story where we had this child repeat the, Vaidya Ashtakam, which was very needed during the pandemic. And so what was happening here is, some of the videos is, you can see we added animation, we added the scripture, we added the subtitling, we added the meanings. For example, Nirvana Ashtakam of Adi Shankara, all this kept getting added. So the visual became very exciting for the child. Not only is the child listening to a story, but the child is also seeing and learning extra things that were being added onto it. And then what happened in May of 2021, Doordarshan reached out to me and said, these are fantastic videos, would you please share it with us? Of course, free. So we shared it with them, and they telecast it on prime time in DD Bharati at 9 in the morning and in the evening. So it became another way of connecting. And then a thought assailed me. I said, okay, now that we've done these videos, how do I put this all together and add further information so that it goes out to the young as a cohesive book? And that's when we came upon this idea of releasing this as a video embedded ebook. So that's what it is now. Koti Kahani is a video embedded ebook. Technology has been very stressful on the publication front because video embedding is a difficult format. But instead of just videos, we also added, we amped it up a bit, and we added did you know segments for each of the for each of the stories. For example, if one child was talking about, say this little boy is talking about Narasimha, we added all the Narasimha Kshetras. Where are the Narasimha Kshetras? Or if one child was talking of, say, of Annamacharya Sankirtana, we said, what are the 7 names of the 7 hills of Tirumala? Simhadri, Vedadri, and all that. So these kind of extra information, which is available in general space, we picked that up, cleaned it up, and so that the child gets to read, learn, know, listen, see, understand, and own. So this was what we had planned. And then, of course, if we can forward to that slide, Sneha, to the PM slide. So, on the 18th of June, something exciting happened in our lives. I think we're just forwarding it. e-book and video. So hopefully this will play.
हाल ही में मुझे देश की प्रसिद्ध भारतीय शास्त्रीय नृत्यांगना आनंदा शंकर जैन का एक पत्र मिला। अपने पत्र में उन्होंने मन की बात के उस एपिसोड के बारे में लिखा है जिसमें हमने स्टोरी टेलिंग के बारे में चर्चा की थी। उस कार्यक्रम में हमने इस फील्ड से जुड़े लोगों की प्रतिभा को एक्नॉलेज किया था। मन की बात के उस कार्यक्रम से प्रेरित होकर आनंदा शंकर जयंत ने कुट्टी कहानी तैयार की है। ये बच्चों के लिए अलग अलग भाषाओं की कहानियों का एक बेहतरीन संग्रह है। यह प्रयास इसलिए भी बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि इससे हमारे बच्चों का अपनी संस्कृति से लगाव और गहरा होता है। उन्होंने इन कहानियों के कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग वीडियोस अपने YouTube चैनल पर भी अपलोड किए हैं। मैंने आनंदा शंकर जयंत के इस प्रयास की विशेष तौर पर इसलिए चर्चा की क्योंकि ये देखकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि कैसे देशवासियों के अच्छे काम दूसरों को भी प्रेरित कर रहे हैं। इससे सीखकर वे भी अपने हुनर से देश और समाज के लिए कुछ बेहतर करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यही तो हम भारतवासियों का वो कलेक्टिव पावर है जो देश की प्रगति में नई शक्ति भर रही है।
You want to play anything? Yeah. Sneha says 2 minutes she wants to try playing something. Maybe play the smaller ones. We worked almost for a week on that, so it's unfair that it doesn't play. He's back.
Namaste. My name is Vitarag Upadhyay. Today I'm going to tell you a very beautiful story. But which story should I tell you? There are so many pillars here. I will tell you a story where Lord Vishnu came out of a pillar. But before that, let's close our eyes and sing a prayer. 1 minute. Shruti box. Achyutam Keshavam. Long, long ago, there was a boy named Prahlada. He was a very good boy, just like me. Vallabham Achyutam Keshavam. But his father was not like my father. He was a bad person. His name was Hiranyakashipu. Prahlada used to always pray to Lord Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu did not like it. He thought he was the Lord of the universe. He was very arrogant. So one day, he told Prahlada to pray to him. Prahlada said no. My Lord is Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu got very angry. He asked, where is your Vishnu? Prahlada said, Vishnu is everywhere. Hiranyakashipu started laughing. That is so funny. Is he there in this floor? Prahlada said yes. Is he there in the sky? Prahlada said yes. Is he there in the stone? Is he there in the bird? Is he there in the tree? For everything Prahlada said yes. And he asked, is he there in this pillar? Prahlada said, of course, yes. Vishnu is everywhere. Hiranyakashipu got very angry. He took his gada and he went and broke the pillar. And you know what came out of the pillar? Narasimha. Nara means man. Simha means lion. So half man and half lion. That was Vishnu. He came and killed Hiranyakashipu. And protected Prahlada. सोते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान सोते नहीं. So what is the moral of the story? You should not be arrogant. You should always believe in good. You should be always a good boy. Just like me. Namaste. Tam Keshavam. See you all in the next episode of Kutti Kahani.
So these were the kind of stories, different stories would come. We are almost closing in now. So Sneha, can you just forward it to the after the PM's video, the testimonials one, and then we can close it. So now, so of course we had, of course Anand also has, wrote about it, a lot of testimonials. People have given us a good feedback on this Kutti Kahani ebook. And this is what it finally, this is a little roundup of it. Yeah. That was Kutti Kahani, which is available. Sneha Magapu from my team and Gunjan Ashtaputra, a visual designer, has done this. So you can just forward it to the next one. So that's what it is, an e-book that is available, and it's available on Amazon. So this is how we have tried to bring in our arts, like Swaroopji beautifully said it, our arts, their knowledge, Indic knowledge, through the prism of arts, using technology, using the platform of technology, animation, design, by children, for children, and also maybe for all of us, because some stories, Pillai Orangiya Dasar enakku theriyadu, I had to learn from the children. So a lot of stories like that. So this is what we have done, and that is what I wanted to share here. So I wanted to continue the conversation since that is the plan. So I wanted to thank you, Swaroopji, for your beautiful comment on the aesthetics. And I say this because my guru, Rukmini Devi Arundale, used to always say, art and culture is not entertainment or even a career, but life. And I think you said that so beautifully. I think we need extra mics on stage.
Yes, there are 2 points I want to talk about art. One is that nations are made by artists and by poets. And I've cut out one bit which said not politicians. Arts contains in itself the deepest principles of life, the trust, guide to the greatest area, the art of living. And the way I use art is really something, and it's like based on my work, and I'd like to share that with you. So art is A-R-T, that's action, reflection, and transformation. So art can do that. Art can really do that. So when you take an action in art and you reflect on it, you are a transformed being. And like they say that the arts and drama cannot transform a nation, but it can transform the human beings that can transform the nation.
I'll add one more word to the art. Nedunuri Krishnamurti, a very senior, I think we can now pull our chairs a little in front. Nedunuri Krishnamurti ji who paraphrased art as Annamacharya, Ramadas and Tyagaraja. So 3 of the doyens of Telugu music. I think we can open up for questions now, if any. Any questions? Yeah, I see one hand going up. I think Bharat's hand is going up. I think I'm going to pull it up a bit.
You know, I grew up in Mumbai, 70s, 80s. We had a topic called civics. History was separate, civics was separate. At 50, I think we overemphasize on rights. Are our teachers today teaching our children their duties towards the nation? I'm talking purely duties, civics. Are the teachers actually teaching? I'm sorry, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. No offense meant, please.
Yes, it is a part of the national curriculum. And what you probably learned and we did is just been changed. And now it's become more robust. And, you know, we're talking about seva for the nation, which is there in the new national curriculum framework of school education. So it's talking of not only, you know, empowerment, but your seva to the nation. And it is.
I request Srimati Priya Sam and Mr. Siddharth Ji from Perks to come up to the stage to present the memento.
Thank you very much, Swarupji. Thank you, Shefali, and thank you, the Veranda Club and Bharat Fast Forward for having us here to share our stories.
Manoshi Sinha is a best-selling author, editor of My India, My Glory, heritage traveler, history researcher, and an amazing speaker, launching the book along with Sir Surya Sarathi Roy, who is an Indian history researcher, heritage explorer, and an associate member of ICMOS and an Intact Research Associate. I request Manoshi Ji to give a short brief about her book.
Vande Mataram, Namaskaram. I would like to thank the Veranda Club for inviting me to be a part of this session at the Western Ghats Lit Fest 2.0. So this is my third book on history, titled Vishwaguru Bharat, A Cause of the Ancients. So this is the Itihasa of Bharat. It is the chronicle of the ancient rishis and scientists, of gurus and philosophers, of clans and dynasties that shaped Bharat as a civilization. It is a legacy of the wisdom of the ancients carried in the Vedas, Upanishads, Purans, and more ancient texts. The carvings and inscriptions of the ancient temples, which are history in stone, silently convey a million stories of glory and splendor of the bygone days. Remnants from the excavations identify Bharat as an advanced civilization. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, connoting the world is one family, is inherent in the civilizational fabric, which continues to this day. This is Vishwaguru Bharat, a cause of the ancients. The Itihasa in this book is validated by historical texts from the ancient to the present period, including the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Samhitas, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, the Surya Siddhanta, and more texts. In addition to inscriptions, epigraphs, carvings, sculptures, remnants from excavated sites, reports from the Archaeological Survey of India, and more. So before I describe a little bit about my book, I would like to tell about Bharat as a civilization. Bharat, we are the oldest surviving, one of the oldest surviving civilizations in the world. Despite 1300 years of loot, plunder, genocide in millions of the Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, destruction of thousands of our temples, the plunder and loot of our wealth, we have still survived and carrying forward the legacy of our thousands of years old civilizational identity. But in our history, academic history textbooks, we have been projected as defeated, as losers. We don't want to remember the last 1,000 years of our past, especially because we have been projected that way. Now, Bharat as a civilization survived only because of the continuous resistance offered by the warriors of the soil from each and every corner of Bharat. And then in our history books, as Anand Ranganathan ji has well described in his talk, that all of these atrocities committed by the invaders have not been told in our history textbooks. They have been projected in good light. So as we grew up, we have read only a one-sided and distorted narrative. We know who Mahmud of Ghazni is, who Akbar is, who Shah Jahan is, who Robert Clive is, and hundreds of all the invaders and their stories. And that is also a one-sided one. But we do not know about who our warrior ancestors are, who saved Bharat, who protected Dharma in the motherland. So we do not know about who Mula Gabharu is, who Kapaya Nayaka is, or who Velu Nachiyar is. The majority of we Indians, we Bharatiyas, we do not know about them. So it is high time these stories are told in our history textbooks, academic history books. Because since the last, say 5 to 10 years, due to the digital revolution, and because we are we are able to lend a voice, so our voice is being heard through the social media platforms. So these stories are being told by Vikram Sampatji, by Amit Agarwal. There are so many scholars who have written about all of these warriors. I have written a book series called Saffron Swords. Part 1 and Part 2 have already been released. Each part describes 52 episodes of valor of our warrior ancestors from each and every corner of Bharat from the 8th century till 1947. So, but these changes have to happen in the academic level. Then only we will get to know in detail about who our ancestors are, who protected our Dharma and motherland during the last 1300 years. Another point is the facts that the scholars present are not easily accepted by the mainstream historians or scholars or the history authorities. So I want to quote an example from Echoes of the Ancients from this book about archaeologist A.K. Sharma. we all know about the distortions of the Aryan invasion theory and the Aryan migration theory, and it has been proved false that this is a fake theory and fake migration theory. But this narrative still rules the psyche of the majority of the people of Bharat. According to the Aryan invasion theory or Aryan migration theory, the Aryans brought horses around 1500 BCE. That is some 2,500 years ago. The Aryans brought horses via the Himalayas, through the Himalayas. Once I heard Major General J.D. Bakshi addressing an audience that even for the army to carry tanks to the mountains was a difficult task. So how could the Aryans bring horses, galloping horses, through the Himalayas to India? That there are several archaeological evidences that prove that horses are indigenous to India. The earliest archaeological evidence dates back to around 4,500 BCE. The traces of a domesticated horse was found at Rajasthan, and that dates back to 4,500 BCE. So A.K. Sharma, archaeologist A.K. Sharma, he also found remains of horses, which he described in detail in a report published in the Puratattva magazine, published by the Archaeological Society of India. And it was published in 1974. And it took almost 2 decades for his report, for his finds to be recognized as correct. And that too after a foreigner from another continent, he acknowledged that the facts found by him about the domesticated horse is true. And then he wrote in the same Puratattva magazine in the 1993 edition. I would like to quote his exact words. These are all described in this book, Echoes of the Ancients. So to quote archaeologist A.K. Sharma, when will we imbibe intellectual courage not to look across the borders for approval? The historians are still worse. They feel it is an attempt on the part of rightists to prove that the Aryans did not come to India from outside her boundaries. But truth must prevail. Science is science. It is neither left nor right. That the horse is an indigenous animal and was domesticated during the times of the Harappans is now proved beyond doubt. Fortunately, the Harappan horse that lay buried under the dunes of ignorance, suspicion, and prejudice of historians and archaeologists alike has now come out unharmed and now stands erect in full view of all. So this is written by an archaeologist himself, A.K. Sharma. So Bharat as a Vishwaguru. How do we connect Bharat as a Vishwaguru? So we all know yoga originated in India, and yoga has facilitated to the holistic well-being of trillions of lives across the world. And Bharatiya philosophy has influenced many scientists and philosophers across the world. And then we all know how our ancient texts, like the Prashna Upanishad, contains information about gravity. Prashna Upanishad was written during the Upanishadic times, before the Ramayana events took place. And then we all know about the astronomy, about the distance from the earth to the sun, and all of these things mentioned in our ancient texts. And about gravity, about atomic theory. So all of this are described in this book. So I would like to draw one example about Sushruta's finds, Sushruta's discoveries. Sushruta is considered as the world's first surgeon. So there is a very interesting incident about plastic surgery being conducted in Pune in the year 1793. So we all know about, Anand Ranganathan ji has told a lot about Tipu Sultan. So a war took place between the British and Tipu Sultan in 1792. Kawasji was a bullock cart driver who worked under the British. He was taken prisoner by the army of Tipu Sultan. And many more Indians employed under the British, they were taken prisoners by Tipu Sultan. So under the orders of Tipu Sultan, the nose and one hand of many of these Indians were cut off. And Kawasji and the victims whose noses and hands were cut off, they were looking for surgeons who could fix the issue. And ultimately, after 1 year, they found a surgeon, they heard about a surgeon who belonged to a family of brickmakers. But this surgeon, that family, they were not only brickmakers, but they were also surgeons, plastic surgeons. And this Kawasji, he first came to him and he showed his condition. Then the surgeon said that, yeah, this can be, like it been fixed. The hand and especially the facial, the nose can be fixed. And the surgery was successfully done, not only on Kawasji, but 5 of his friends as well. So when the British came to know about this, they were very surprised. So the first surgery was done, the British came to know about it. Then 2 British surgeons came and they wanted to see how the surgeon conducted the surgery. It is about transplanting of skin flaps from the facial part. So Sushruta has described in detail about this plastic surgery and more surgeries in his book, Sushruta Samhita. So this book also contains a chapter on Sushruta Samhita about all of these important discoveries that are being followed today. So these 2 doctors, these 2 surgeons, they were witness to the surgical procedure, and back in London, they published the complete procedure in a magazine in 1794. And that reports changed the whole course of the plastic surgery across the world. So the Europeans and more surgeons across the world, they employed that particular technique described by Sushruta in his book, Sushruta Samhita. And that's how plastic surgery became popular. So it's originated from India. Then Shefali ji will be knowing about the Heliodorus pillar. You must say, yeah. So Heliodorus was a Greek ambassador to the court of Shunga king Raja Bhagabhadra. Heliodorus, he became a Vaishnavite, he became a Hindu, he became a devotee of Vishnu, and he built a Garuda stump at Vidisha in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the inscription at the Garuda pillar mentions in detail about who Heliodorus was, who Bhagabhadra was, and who Antialcidas was. Antialcidas was the Indo-Greek king under whom Heliodorus worked. But that Garuda stamp does not mention about any existing temple, but there are remnants of a Vishnu temple there, or of course the Garuda stamp would be built in front of a temple only, but there are remnants of the temple. The Garuda pillars still stand strong in Vidisha. So when we speak about the timeline of various dynasties in India, it is all distorted. So according to the academic history, the Vedic period started in some 1500 BCE and ended at around 600 BCE. And there are no timelines allotted to the Ramayana and the Mahabharata events. And then there are descriptions of few dynasties. But the truth is, even the Cholas, the early Cholas ruled during the Vedic period. There are many scholars who have been working on the chronology of India. There have been many researches, several researches done. And for example, Nilesh Nilkant Tokji, Vedvir Arya, Prafulla Menki, M.L. Raja, they have worked a lot on the chronology of India. Vedvir Arya has given a detailed description in his books, The Chronology of India, and he has written about all the dynasties and the kings of all the kingdoms across the length and breadth of Bharat. And this chronology starts from the pre-Vedic period, right from Manu till the medieval period. So according to Vedvir Arya, who has written this series of books based on several evidences, including oceanographic studies, inscriptions, literary evidences from the ancient scriptures, and then archaeological excavations, epigraphs and all. So according to him, the Mahabharata war took place at around 3162 BCE, so some 5,100 plus years ago. According to him, according to his book, the Shunga king Bhagavadra ruled some 3,200 years ago, according to his chronology. Because he has given the chronology from the Vedic period till Mahabharata, then Ramayana, and all of the dynasties. So some 3,200 years ago, Heliodorus built the Garuda stump at Vidisa. So according to the inscriptions in the pillar, Heliodorus is described as the son of Dion. And Antialcidas was a contemporary of Bhagavadra. So there were international relations between countries, the legacy of which continues to this day. We have ambassadors, international ambassadors, we have ambassadors from different countries in India, and Indian ambassadors posted in different countries across the world. So Heliodorus was a Greek ambassador, and the inscription describes him as a devotee of Vishnu. The Brahmins at the court of Bhagavadra, they welcomed him and initiated him into the Vaishnavite fold. Then I would like to share another anecdote from this book. So debates and discussions were part of the Indian cultural fabric since ancient times. Raja Janak held conferences in his court, inviting scholars from across the country. And the debates and discussions used to continue for several days at a stretch. And we all know how Adi Shankara traveled across the country, meeting scholars in each and every region of the country. And he debated. And he won in every debate. And we all know about this, his debate with Mandana Mishra. Before the debate, Mandana Mishra's wife, Bharati, she was the judge. Even she was a scholar. We have been told that women, according to the fake feminist narrative, it is told that women were deprived of all the privileges in ancient and medieval India. But we have so many thousands of examples of women scholars, women administrators, women rulers. Even women contributed verses in the Vedas. There are 21 women scholars who contributed verses in the Rig Veda only. So Bharati, the wife of Mandana Mishra, was a judge when this debate took place between Adi Shankara and Mandana Mishra. And Adi Shankaracharya, who was a celibate, he said, if I lose in the debate, then I will marry. And Mandana Mishra said, if I lose in the debate, then I will become a celibate. Even Bharati agreed to that condition. And then the debate took place, and then we all know Adi Shankara won, and Mandana Mishra became his disciple. During the earlier times, there was Guru-Shishya relationship not only between the teachers and the students, but this relationship was there amongst the scholars as well. So when the debates and discussions took place, whoever won, he used to become the guru of the other scholars, the scholars who lost in the debate. So in Nalanda University was one of the oldest universities in the world where students from across the world came and studied. So what happened, scholars from Nalanda University used to get invited at the courts of various kingdoms across the country. So there is this king, Bhaskara Burman from Assam, who wanted to invite Huan Sang, Chinese scholar Huan Sang. It was the year 643 CE. During those times, a scholar by himself cannot visit the court of a king. He has to, the authority of the university should give the permission. And for that, the king used to write a letter to the authority of the university. So Raja Bhaskara Varman, he wrote a letter and sent a messenger to the court of, to Silabhadra, one of the teachers of Nalanda University. Initially, his request was not granted. So he sent the letter the second time. Even that time, it was not granted because during that time, Hivan Sangh was at the court of Harshavardhana, the king from the Pushyavati dynasty at Kanauj. And Bhaskara Varman considered it an insult that his request was not granted. So the third time he sent a letter with a very strict message that Hivan Sangh be sent to his court. Then during that time, Harshavardhana was on a military campaign, and hence the king was not there in his kingdom, so he requested Hivan Sangh to visit the court of Assam. So Hivan Sangh agreed and he went to Assam. By the time Harshavardhana came back to his kingdom, he was enraged, not seeing Hivan Sangh at his court. So when he learned that he was in Assam, he immediately sent a messenger to the court of Bhaskara Varman. Then that Hivan Sangh be immediately sent to his court. Bhaskara Varman refused. Then the second time he again sent a messenger that if he doesn't send him, he should send his head instead. The king's head. He wanted the king's head instead if he was not sending Hivan Sangh. At this, Harshavardhana, Bhaskara Varman got very enraged and he set out with a huge army of 20,000 foot soldiers and 30,000 war boats during those times. And the Brahmaputra and the Ganga served as the base for the naval battles. So he set out towards Kanauj, and Harshavardhana was not prepared for war. He welcomed Bhaskara Varman with open arms. And then because he had come with a huge army, and immediately Harshavardhana thought of arranging a conclave, religious conclave. He first arranged a conclave, a conference at Kanauj, and then after the conference was done there, he again held a conference at Prayag. He invited 18 speakers from all kings from 18 different kingdoms, and all the kings participated. And there, Raja Bhaskara Varman exhibited his military prowess. So this is how the legacy of conclaves and conferences have been carried forward since the time of the Upanishads, since the Upanishadic times. And there's Lit Fest, Western Ghats Lit Fest, and many other Lit Fest and conferences are all part of that legacy that we are carrying forward. Do I have some more time, or because we have a discussion also? Yeah. So this book has 19 chapters. Let me read out the chapters. There are also photographs of carvings, which I have described in this book, the carvings of temples from across the country. Chapter number 1 is Ganesha and Gajendra in texts and stone. So there are carvings of Ganesha with descriptions, carvings from each and every corner of the country. So I have been visiting these places, historical sites and ancient temples all across the country since the last 17 years. So this book is a product of 17 years of research. So number 2 is the Kadwaha ancient Gurukul Mutt. This is an 8th century Gurukul, a 3-storied Gurukul. Remains are still there, but Aladdin Khilji's mosque is also there in the complex. As Anand Ranganathan ji said, like most of the temples have been demolished, half demolished, and then mosques have been erected in that places. So this Kadwaha Mutt also has a mosque in its place. Then Airavateswara temple, ancient temple associated with Yama and Airavata. Number 4, Vishnu devotee Heliodorus, ancient Greek ambassador. Number 5, fort of the gods. Number 6, heel of the gods. Number 7, the 64 yoginis and saptamatrikas. So here I have also given photographs and descriptions of Saptamatrikas and yoginis from across the country. And I have also described in detail about the yoginis and Saptamatrikas as described in our ancient texts. Then there are archaeo and literary evidence of horses as indigenous to India. So I have given a small example during the session. Then Ram Raja of Ojha. Ram is not worshipped as a god there, he is celebrated as a Raja in Ojha. Then ancient universities and gurukulams of India. So the ancient educational tradition right from the early Vedic period till 1947. Then Nagarjuna, ancient alchemist and metallurgist. Then number 12, the Kohinoor. The history of the Kohinoor from the ancient times till now it is there in the British Museum. Then number 13, Grand Trunk Road is Uttarapatha since Upanishadic times. Number 14, Swayambara of Meghavahana of Kashmir and Amrita Prabha of Assam. Number 15, Maharishi Kannad. Number 16, Sushruta, world's first surgeon. So from Sushruta chapter, I have given just an example of Kovachi. Then Ashurgarh, ancient urban fortified settlement of Orissa. So we have, all of us know about the Indus Valley civilization. We have read in detail. But there are many excavated sites which tell us about the ancient and advanced civilizations from the other parts of the country as well. And then there is a chapter number 18 is on gravity in ancient Indian texts. The first description of gravity finds mentioned in the Prashna Upanishad. And then I have given many more references and also extracts from Adi Shankaracharya's commentary on the Surya Sadhyanta, which contains about gravity. And then the chapter number 19 is the ancient city of Chandrakitugar. It is in Bengal. So this is all about the book. Thank you.
Thank you, Manushi, for this wonderful synopsis of your book. And Sadar Pranam to this august assembly of people over here. It's really an honor and privilege to address all of you. And I'm so happy, the last session that we had between Anandaji and Sarupji, first time in a Lit Fest that I saw someone speaking about the importance of heritage walks for the children and linking them to the academics. I, being a heritage researcher, explorer, and a heritage walker myself, my areas of research and walk spread across Kurukshetra, Vrajmandal, Orissa, and Madhya Pradesh, particularly the Malwa, the ancient Malwa. So, and taking a clue from Dr. Ranganathan's story where Katra Keshavji started. It happened. Aurangzeb, Alamgir Aurangzeb, one day was taking a stroll on the Agra fort, okay? And there used to be a do man ka ghee ka diya, which used to be lit on top of the Katra Keshavdev. And he saw that, and that enraged him so much that the next day he issued the Farman. And Dr. Meenakshi Ji, as she rightly says, the Mughal Sarkar or a Farmani Sarkar. But unfortunately, this Farman was used, and which is not quoted anywhere. This single Farman was used to take down entire Vrajmandal. When I say entire Vrajmandal, it means all these sandstone structures, which even Akbar had commissioned to some extent, across Vrindavan, Mathura, Govardhan, Gokul, everywhere. Fortunately, our deities survived. Why? And Dr. Meenakshi Jain has referred this in his books, Flight of Deities and Temples. Why did it survive? Because the Mughal court had a lot of Rajput chieftains, okay? And these chieftains had immediately, and they were all Krishna devotees, they immediately informed the Gosais of Vrindavan, who, they transported the deities, including the Srinath Ji of Nathwara, Govindev Ji of Jaipur, Gopinath Ji of Jaipur, everywhere, in bullock carts over the night. And just to quote you one example of that, I will talk about Govindev Ji only. from a heritage perspective, being a heritage explorer and researcher, Govind Dev Ji's DT took 44 years, 44 long years from Vrindavan to reach Jaipur. And I salute personally when I read those texts, how it survived, the resilience, the bravery, the courage, the sacrifice of the Gosais of Vrindavan was astounding, no less than the Rajput princes who fought the Islamic invaders. They took the traversing way through jungles and whatnot to avoid the Mughal forces, and then it reached. And this structure of Govind Dev Ji, which is the most opulent structure, which Frederick Solomon Grouse in his book Memoirs of Mathura explains is as poetry on stone, was the most opulent structure to come up in the 700 years of peak Islamic rule which North India had experienced. It was a 7-story building which was brought down by Alamgir to 3-story. And what is not publicized today, we know Katra Keshav Desji's Vigraha was taken down in Agra and placed on the steps, similar to what Iltutmish did for the Ujjain Mahakal Vigraha. But what he did, since the Vigrahas was not there, you should know about it. The Vigrahas was not there, so what he did, he built a mazar on top of the 3rd floor. So that every day, people can go up, offer their prayers, और उसको रोनते हुए जाएंगे ऊपर तक. It was Frederick Solomon Grouse, the district collector of Mathura, who was there between 1868 to 1874, who took this step of bringing down this mazar. Had it not been Mr. Grouse, probably we would have been fighting another Kashi. And I don't know how to put this. ASI has doing, we all know how ASI functions. And, just to give you one small example from Dwarka. Dwarka, that has been excavated by Professor Emeritus Dr. S.R. Rao, is still not complete. The real Dwarka is still 15 kilometers from Ved Dwarka. Satellite analog images are available today to show. And would you believe me, the Bohra boatmen who are there building boats for last few centuries, even today, along with the local pilgrims or devotees, go by boat 15 kilometers inside the sea and then pour milk on the water because Krishna's Mahal is down there. And why it is important to understand our Puranic texts, because Professor Rao clearly mentioned in his book, basis the findings, archaeological findings, oceanographic findings that were done by him in Dwarka, that only the tag is missing, that it is Krishna's Dwarka. Because the walls of Dwarka, Dwarka means a walled city, the walls of Dwarka, the seals, the Harappan seals, they exactly matched with whatever has been mentioned in Mahabharata or the Harivansh Puran. People don't read Harivansh Puran. Harivansh Puran is the lineage, Harika lineage, Harika Vansh, Hari's lineage. It speaks of Krishna's lineage, Vasudev's lineage, the lineage of the Vrishni clan of Yadavas and the Andhakas. Now, from a heritage perspective, we had this Indraprastha talks organized by Draupadi Foundation somewhere in July, and where I was also presenting a paper on Vraj, and many senior officials from ASI had come. So my question to one of the very senior officials from ASI was on Dwarka. What are you doing on Dwarka? Why are you not banning or taking up with the Ministry of Culture and Government of India to ban maritime shipping in Dwarka? It is damaging the structures. Even if 20 years down the line, you start digging, you send underwater divers, you will not find anything. He said, why? What's your concern? My concern is the petroleum products. My concern is the sonar radiation, which is damaging those structures. And you know what that gentleman had to say? इतने सालों से है ना, रह जाएंगे, चिंता ना करिए, पानी के इतना नीचे है ना, रह जाएंगे. So this is what our understanding, our sensitivity towards our heritage is. And I'm so happy that Swarupji is taking a lead in taking our children to the sites and explaining them. I conducted 3 discussions very recently in the last 2 months. One is with IIT Kanpur, IKS division. One was recently, just 2 days back, with the Sharda University in Greater Noida, and the other one was with the Indian Institute of Travel and Tourism Management in Bhubaneswar. Would you believe me? Not even 2% of the students have heard about what is a Puran and what is an Upanishad. Sharda University, Greater Noida, right in the heart of the capital. सिर्फ एक लड़की मिला मुझे पूरी 300 स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में जिसने महाभारत पढ़ा है, लेकिन उसको भी पुराण क्या है, महापुराण क्या है, उपपुराण क्या है, अनुगीता क्या है, मध्यम गीता क्या है, कुछ भी नहीं मालूम उनको. This is our generation of students, what they are being taught. खोखले है. And then there is one student who smartly stands up and asks me, do you feel Akbar was really great? Do you feel Mughal cuisine is not contributing? I said, what? Why are you going by Mughal biryani? There is Pakadarpanam by Nal, which speaks of biryani. Why are you not looking at the temples with the Cholas or the Eastern Ganga dynasty who built Konark Sun Temple or the Jagannath Temple and contributing to the economy of India? Even today, these temples are forming the backbone of those cities. You take away those temples, the entire city will collapse. You don't talk about that, and you only look at Mughal architecture. What architecture are you talking about? You don't look at the architecture of the Jagannath temple. You don't look at the architecture of the Brihadeshwara temple. Someone was speaking exactly about on those lines. Yeah, so this is our culture. This is our cultural understanding. Then there is one of my heritage foundings. Along with Kurukshetra, I also cover Panipat because that's historically very important. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, nobody visits Panipat. And there is so much to see in Panipat. The museum that is there, capturing arms, ammunitions from the 3 battles that were used. And then there is the park of Kala Amb. Mind the name Kala Amb. Black mango trees. And an epitaph or a cenotaph, whatever you say, has been built over there in the same place where Sadasiv Rao Bhau lost his life fighting some 20 plus Durrani Senas. And what people don't know and what is not quoted in our history books, and I was talking to Vikram Sampatji and Anandji is there, we were talking in Indraprastha talks, that why the Peshwa Daftari records are not today being considered for rewriting the Maratha history or even the history of Bharat. Why the Peshwa Daftari records? Why Bhaushivanchi Kaifiyat is not being recorded? Bhaushivanchi Kaifiyat gives you so much of information on Maratha history. That's not used. Now, having said so, people in Panipat, the residents of Panipat don't know what happened in Kalam. So let me tell you that as well. That is the place where Sadasiv Rao Bhau's head was cut off. The 11 Maratha generals whose body was traded by the great Kashi Raj, whose name is never mentioned in enough our history books sufficiently. Kashi Raj, Hindustan, Bharat, the Hindus, the Marathas and all the Indians owe a big thank you to Kashi Raj because he was the person who stopped Ahmad Shah Abdali from taking the body of Peshwa Vishwas Rao, the son of Peshwa, Vishwas Rao. He was very handsome, very beautiful, and Abdali was so enamored by his looks, the dead body. He wanted to take it back stuffed. Would you believe me? They wanted to take it back stuffed. It was Kashi Raj who stopped it. The head of Sadasiv Rao Bhau, Bhau Sahib का जो सर था, उसने बरखुरदार खान ने अपने टेंट में उसको छुपा के रखा था. He wanted to trade off. और काशी राज को जब अपने गुप्तचरों से इस चीज का पता चला, उन्होंने अब्दाली के पास चला गया. Kashi Raj paid 3 lakh rupees on those days for the body of these 11 Maratha generals, including the head of Sadasiv Rao Bhau, after which proper cremation was done for these 11 generals. And we don't speak of Kashi Raj. This is our history. So with this, I will open up a little bit of question answer session for Manushi. So Manushi, going back, yeah. No, I just have a question for you. So Manushi, you have mentioned about the Uttarapath. And if we really look at from our Puranic texts, I don't know how many of you are aware, on the Kaurava side, we had Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, and Pragjotishpur, today's Assam. And Narakasu's son, Bhagadatta, who had a huge elephant army, was participating in this war on behalf of the Kauravas. And all this entire might of elephants and chariots and the Chaturangi Senas from Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, and Pragjotishpur traveled by Uttarapath to Kurukshetra. Swayambhu Manu, in his Manusmriti, when he defines the boundaries of Brahmavarta or Brahmarshi Desha more focused on Kurukshetra region, the 48 coast Kurukshetra Pavan Bhumi, but he describes the entire Aryavat over that time by the term Brahmavarta, of which the southern tips consists of Khandaprastha or Indraprastha. And he mentions on Uttarapath what are the key towns, including Madhupuri or Madhupura or today's Mathura. And he also mentions the importance of Mathura because he was very affectionate about his grandson Bhakta Dhruv, who, penest or, did his moksha in Madhuban, in Mathura, outside of Mathura. Today it is around 10 kilometers outside of Mathura. So, Manushi, how have you mapped the journey? If you can give a brief synopsis of Uttarapath for the benefit of the audience.
Yeah, there is a chapter dedicated to the origin of the Uttarapatha in this book. It is described in detail here. So it is Uttarapatha, which we today know as Grand Trunk Road or GT Road. So if we search in Google, who built the GT Road, then immediately the name of Shersa Suri pops up. He ruled only for 6 years, and this road is attributed to him. So I have found, I did a Google search and found many links hailing Shersa Suri as the founder of the GT Road. So it has been there since Upanishadic times, since the Ramayana period. All these Ramayana events took place, even Gandhara, that Bharat used to go to Gandhara in a chariot from Ayodhya to Gandhara via the Uttarapatha road. Then there is a description of the Uttarapatha in the Mahabharata and various more historical records. Then King Ashoka and his followers and his later kings from other dynasties, also they rebuilt and maintained the Uttarapatha road, and Ashoka not only maintained and beautified the road, planting trees on both sides, but also he built wells and rest houses. And this legacy was further carried forward by the other kings. Ashoka not only beautified the Uttarapatha road, but also the Dakshinapatha road. He contributed. Under his patronage, rest houses and wells were built along the Dakshinapatha road as well. And then Shersa Suri, he only extended a few kilometers, and he also added more wells, etc. But this narrative has to change. This attribution to Shersa Suri has to change. So if I go into the details of explaining everything,
so I'll come to that.
This is mentioned in the book in this chapter.
Yeah. So there's so many mothers and sisters over here. So the book.
I want to interrupt.
So I'm so sorry.
Interrupt. Surya Roy is connected to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. His grandfather Satish Chandra Roy was the owner of Roy Villa, where Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, during the election period for provincial autonomy in 1936, stayed at his grandfather's house for 3 days. And Satish Chandra Roy was also the financier of East Bengal and Rangoon for Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
So since there are so many, since Manushi referred to this question, so I'll just share a story from our family archives. You will never find this story, never hear this story of Netaji in any of the textbooks or storybooks that is there in the market. So this was 1943, and this story comes from my great-grandfather to my father and then to me. So it was 1943, the Bengal famine was ravaging Bengal, 3.5 million people dead. and people were not getting a single piece of rice at that point of time. So during this time, my grandfather and few of his friends had organized a special dinner for Subhash Bose in Rangoon by the Rangoon Bengali Association. So Mr. Bose or Netaji, when he came there and saw the array of foods that are being offered to him, the best of the best dishes, he started crying like a child, Food ke ro rahe the. And everybody was puzzled what happened to Bose. And after some time when he settled down, he said, मेरे घर में लोगों को दो टाइम का क्या छोड़िए एक दाना चावल नहीं मिल रहा है और मैं ये सब कैसे खाऊंगा? I cannot eat. So, however, on persistence from my grandfather and his friends, he did have a little bit of dal and little bit of boiled, potato. That's it. This much. This much. That is the greatness of the man. There are some other stories also, but in the interest of time, I will not share that. But these are stories and which really resides with our family even now. And a big thank you to Professor Kapil Kumar, the curator of INA Museum in Red Fort, who enlisted our family last year into the government records in the family of revolutionaries. Thank you. So since there are so many mothers and sisters, and you have very nicely captured the Chaucer yoginis, that's very near to my heart, because I travel in Orissa a lot and in MP, and these two states have a lot of yogini temples. Morena, in middle of Chambal Valley, Dakuo ne unko bacha ke rakha tha. Both Bateshwar and, Morena. Mitavli, in the district of Mitavli and Paravli. So, Mitavli mein hai. And then there are two yogini temples, also in Orissa. One is in Hirapur, just outside of Bhubaneswar, and the other one is in Ranipur Jharial, but they are in smaller forms. But what people don't know largely is who are these Chaucer yoginis. So just to say a little bit about it, when Mahamaya saw Rakta Bij replicating from the blood, he created yoginis, okay? And these yoginis were the female forms of the male gods, like Varaha ka Varahini, Brahma ka somebody else, and like that. So Chaucer yoginis were there, and their main job was to drink the blood of Rakta Bij so that the duplication or multiplication doesn't happen. So that's basically, in short, what Chaucer yogini has, and they are very ferocious forms of yoginis, tantric, and I have seen some very fearful sights in all these temples, especially after the evenings, people cutting off their tongues and offering, So even worse than that. They're very powerful goddesses. Once you have their power, you can do anything and everything, actually. So, Manushi, what inspires you to capture the yogini kala, or yogini cult, or yogini tattva? I don't love to use the word cult. I prefer to use the word tattva. And how do you see it evolving over a period of time in Bharat?
So the worshipping of the Saptamatrika or the Ashtamatrika has been prevalent since the BCE period. There are so many temples, not dedicated only to the Saptamatrikas, there are temples dedicated to Shiva, Parvati, Vishnu, that have panels of Saptamatrika in the temples. And there is a yogini temple in Coimbatore as well. I think not many in Coimbatore are aware of the yogini temple.
Share the name.
But even I tried to, during my last visit to Coimbatore, I tried to find out the temple, but I couldn't find it. Alexander Cunningham, he founded the Archaeological Survey of India. So in his report in 1800 and something, and the last part of the 1900s, 1800 something, he described about a yogini temple in Coimbatore. Like the temple is built in such a manner that the murtis are visible half covered by the wall and half visible from outside. But according to the description, the temple is not there. I think due to lack of maintenance, or maybe because the ASI did not look into the maintenance, the temple is not there.
Listed
Likewise-
temples have disappeared.
Disappeared. Now, likewise, there are many thousands of temples in ruins across the country. When we visited, myself and my husband, we visited the Yogini temple in Khajuraho. According to Alexander Cunningham's report, there were many cells, and there were three vigrahas of yoginis in the temple compound. But when we visited, there was not a single vigraha, and almost all the cells have perished due to the ravages of time and adverse weather conditions. And then about the yogini and the Saptamatrika, it is described in detail in the book.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So there are 64 temples in line with 64 yoginis across India. So we will open up for the questions. So we'll not be able to take more than 2 questions. I think one gentleman at the back had a question. So I don't know. Yes, please. Somebody, if you can pass on the mic, please.
Manoshiji, this is to you. There has been records of Bagor stone in Upper Paleolithic age, deities, which was done together by University of California and Allahabad University together. And if I remember that, is that something which you have, put in the book, or is there anything before that also that has come up where this, any of this ancient deity worship is there?
Yeah, there are instances, there are remnants of, excavated remnants of the mother goddesses in the excavated sites of the Indus Valley. That also finds a little bit of description, but the archaeologists themselves and many historians and the Western researchers as well, they do not consider them to be yoginis. But they are the representations of the mother goddess, that is Devi, Shakti, Pashupati and Shakti. And at Chandrakitugar, there are archaeological remnants of several mother goddesses.
I think there's a Yakshini.
Yeah, it is described as the remnants have been described as a Yakshini, but behind the head, 10 hands along with the weapons are shown. So that also represents a representation of Ma Shakti only.
Yeah, my question is it the earliest one is on
Chandrakitugar dates back to more than 2,500 years. 3,000 to 2,500 years.
Yeah, Upper Paleolithic is around 10,000 years, 10,000 to 40,000, right, actually? So that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and all of these Indus Valley sites, whatever remnants are found date back to around 5,000 years or 6,000 years at the most.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Else we'll move to the book launch. Okay, one question from this side.
There are several books. I will maybe after this session we will meet, and I'll take your number and I'll provide the book link. Okay, thanks.
So if there are no more questions, we'll move to the book launch then.
I request Shefali Vaidya ji, Vishnu Shankar ji, Sundar Ramachandran ji, and Anand Ranganathan ji to come up to the stage to release the book.
The for everyone.
I request Srimati and Shri Pradeep Menanji to present the mementos.
Vishnu ji, I would like to request you to say a few words about the book because he has read the book and given a quote of appreciation for this book.
No, actually, myself and my father, both of us went through this book, and it's a very, very, I can say, lot of hard work Manushi ji has put in this book, and the things which we are fighting for. Actually, this book provides meaning to those aspects. Like here, the temple of Chaucer Yogni was being talked about. If anyone goes and visits the temple of Chaucer Yogni, the same architecture has been followed in today's Indian Parliament. The same architecture.
Old Parliament.
Old Parliament.
And the best part is that all of those Yogini temples are on the same architecture.
Same architecture.
All. Thoda bada hai, thoda chota hai.
So actually the architecture which we had, the rich cultural heritage which we had, and what was the meaning and the devotion which was involved in various forms of our god and goddesses, everything has been so nicely described by Manushi ji. And this book is seriously, I feel it's a great, I can say it's a great gift for all of us.
Organizing such a unique event, and Chief Curator Shefali Vaidya ji, Kanaga Savapati ji, and this is unique in the sense that I have attended so many Lit Fest, but this is for the first time that so many book launches are happening in this literature event. 11 book launches.
Next on stage, we have Gurupriya Chaitanya ji, a brahmacharya at Anadi Foundation, Pradhana Acharya Dharma Gurukulam, an IKS expert, IIT Mumbai PhD scholar, and a speaker.
In the interest of time, I'll begin. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Absolutely delighted to be in front of this very august audience. In 2005, I was in an engineering course and I entered a classroom, a computer science course. Many of us are engineers here, I know. I entered this course and I see my professor sitting in Padmasana. And I was not sure if I entered the right class because still in schooling, we always have the teacher come to us to the classroom. I was not sure if I entered the right classroom. That's when I met my guru, Shriman Adinarayananji, and our guru Tambatis, in fact, Matushri Smritiji. I'm indebted to them for this journey in this brief lifetime on this Buloka. This very pertinent journey in understanding Indian knowledge systems. Sir, is this working? Okay. It's okay. I'll manage without it. Here at Anadi Foundation in 2015, the foundation was started. They were past professors earlier in tech field. Many of us students here, some of us here, past students of Shriman. I used to run my own software firm here in Coimbatore. Before that in the tech industry and so on. But there's something about Bharatiya Vijnana that drew me into understanding more facets and a huge deficiency that's there in the current educational framework. Today morning, Professor Anand Ranganathan did share about the sort of deficiencies that are there with the sort of mulled efforts that have been happening in bringing more indie content into the education. I want to take this session to give a glimpse of the kind of thing that we are missing out on. We are very sure, we have all known the Angus Maddison study, and we know that for a long time, India was one among the greatest contributors to world's GDP till the 17th century. Thanks to Professor Kanaga Sabhavati sir, in 2009, he had inspired me to learn Indian economic models. But this story of, very successful contribution economically has a story behind it, right? We know what should have driven our India's GDP, if I may ask. All of you know it very, very well, but still, just to engage, if I may have to ask you, what could have driven India's GDP? So Angus Maddison study says that till 17th century, India had contributed almost 1/4 of the world's GDP. What could have driven that? Any thoughts? Science, temples, definitely. Artisans, absolutely. Sorry, Ji? Metallurgy, absolutely. We have chemistry buffs here. Thank you, Ji. So a lot of, if you look at jewelry, every industry, Shefali ji would later also talk about the soft power today of the textile industry. When we look at the huge amount of sciences and technology, be it the medicinal sciences, be it the astronomical sciences, the spiritual sciences, the psychological sciences, the chemical sciences, so too in technology, shipbuilding, water harvesting, name it, right? We have all known that. We were super intelligent, and we had the intellectual prowess in all this, like how intellectual prowess drives super economies today. However, I ask this question, how on earth could this intellectual prowess be accessible to everybody in this country? Where would we study all this? Where would have children been studying earlier? This magical word we have all heard, and we have seen in the Mahabharata serials as well, Gurukulam. Right? We have all heard this word Gurukulam. If we do a thought experiment, if we close our eyes and then envision what a Gurukulam might look like, what do you see there? Yes, and which particular tree is that? All of you saw the banyan tree? All of us? Okay. This is it's not a yogic trance session, but all of us did imagine the banyan tree. Underneath it, who's sitting? He has a big, sure, right? The longer the beard, the greater the scholarship. We are sure, right? Or the whiter the beard, the greater the scholarship. Two direct proportions. Who are sitting around? What are people doing around him? Chairs? No. Sitting down? Sitting on a floor. How many students do you see there? 10, 20, 30, 10. Not large numbers. 6 might be, 8 might be. That's all paintings can fit. Yeah. Durvasa Maharishi in Mahabharata is said to have had 10,000 disciples without a residential Gurukula to be. He was a walking university. We're talking about a very profound system which we do not have a clear idea about because it's a big black box to us. What a Gurukula is where, and what do you think is the first period of the Gurukula? When does the Gurukula begin? When does the first bell ring? How many school bags are taken? How many books in these bags do you think? What is the first period, second period? When is the interval? What are the children eating? What's happening in this Gurukula? Please tell me. Any thoughts? We are all 24/7 Gurukula. No sleep, 24/7. We go at it. Excellent. What else? What other models do you think Gurukulas could have been? Spiritual learning. What were they learning? The chants that the children of Dharma Gurukulam today morning recited. What else were they doing? Sitting, chanting. Om Ghananam Tvam Ghanapadihum Havamahe. All day do you think you can just make children sit, chant? Today, we've got to engage children. But we know that the Gurukulas, existed they operated for very long hours, at least starting from the Brahma Muhurta. When is the Brahma Muhurta? Oh, that's a flexible time. Today morning 9:30 could be the Brahma Muhurta for the one who wakes up after a very tough week. But this Brahma Muhurta, they've all woken up in Brahma Muhurta. Are you all with me? What's happening in this Brahma Muhurta? What are they doing early in the morning? There is yoga, there is Sandhya Vandana, they're going to the nearby river, they're taking a dip. What else is happening in this Gurukula? Tell me. Yes, they are learning Vedas. What else? They are learning warfare. Okay. What else are they learning in this Gurukula? Ayurveda. They are learning Ayurveda. Fantastic. What else are they learning? They are learning maths in this Gurukula. Can you fit that idea into a Gurukula? Ganita, Vyakarana. So there is this wonderful book to get a glimpse about this. Shri Dharampal has authored a book called Beautiful Tree. I'm sure many of the people here know this. Very, very interestingly, the late Padma Shri Krishna Kumarji from our own Coimbatore at AVP Foundation. If you look at the publisher for the Beautiful Tree, you would see AVP Foundation as the publisher. At a time when there was no money to publish the Beautiful Tree. And the Beautiful Tree states some excellent facts coming from the British East Indian Archive, talking about how they surveyed Gurukulas. Very conveniently, they have not surveyed any of the Kalashalas. Because in their mindset, it is not a Gurukula. And among the 12,700 and odd schools that they have, or Gurukulas that they have surveyed in the Madras Presidency in the 18th century, only 400 taught the Vedas. What else were they teaching in these places? How was math taught, if math was taught? What books did they carry? How did they study? This is a very fascinating question. That's where when we go to the classical source texts of what children were studying, that gives us ample insight into what the pedagogical approach was. All of Gurukula, what is the book that you carry? This. It's called the Dhi Yantra. It's an yantra. You've got to sharpen it, hone it. You've got to create opportunities for a child in a Gurukula to hone it as well. Now this Dhi Yantra they'll have to carry everywhere, and so they had to design a pedagogy that had to create an opportunity for the child to learn it in a very self-reliant manner. Today, there's a lot of dependency on writing and earlier it was what tradition? We all know it was an oral tradition. And in oral tradition, what was happening? Till today, can we all forget the second line to Baba Black Sheep? We all know that about the wool story and the master and the slave and and the London Bridge is still falling down in our Indian education system. That's where the school curriculum is right now. What were children learning earlier? Koruk, koruk, koruk. Hitabhuk, mitabhuk, ritubhuk. If I may engage you, can you repeat after me? Koruk, koruk, koruk. Thank you. We are simulating the Gurukula. Hitabhuk, ritubhuk, mitabhuk. What on earth is that? This is Charaka in a Gurukula teaching kindergarten children, if you may call them kindergarten, German word, using it here. Nonetheless, children who are starting schooling, the Dharampal study says that children started schooling typically from the ages of 7, and then it continued, which is a Gurukula Vasa he's talking about. Otherwise, they were also Thinnai Pallikudungal. The Tanjore Saraswati Mahal Library has Enchuvatti. Enchuati is a beautiful manuscript of tables for people who are going to build water tanks with volumetric analysis in them, volumetric tables that you'll have to remember. Vaipada it was called, and also in Sanskritam it's called Kantapata. In various languages, Pavaluru Ganitamu in Telugu, Enchuati in Tamil, in Sanskritam, in Prakrita, so many languages across the country, these educational aspects were taught. One example is this. Makhi, bhaki, phaki, dhaki, naki, nyaki. What on earth is happening? Naki, hush, just, kaki, kish, gus, kaki, kik, goa. This is the sign table given by Aryabhata. Now, I've gone to so many educational institutions and again I ask this question, what did Aryabhata invent? Thanks to the 1975 satellite launch vehicle ISRO had labeled as Aryabhata, it's become an household name. Otherwise, what did Aryabhata invent? What's the answer? Thank you, zero. Zero was there since the Vedic times. In fact, zero is not India's contribution to mathematics, it's the decimal number system. Imagine doing till 14th century. All of Europe is submerged in Roman numbers. Imagine doing multiplication, xivvv plus cxiii minus vii. When will you finish just addition and subtraction? All of math here was exceptionally empowering. Here we followed something called the Parikarmashtakam. There were 8 operations that a child of 8 or 9-year-old had to master. What were these 8 operations? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, square, square root, cube, cube root. Sankalita, Vyavakalita, Gunanam, Bhajanam, Varga, Vargamula, Ghana, Ghanamula. Children had to master this mentally. How would they have achieved this? Now, we had to be, from the Vedic times, we had to have constructed various things and there was a lot of demand for mathematical applications, be it in textiles, be it in construction, be it in cooking, be it in Vaidya, across a whole range of subjects. That's why Mahavira Acharya, a Jaina mathematician, starts his work called Ganita Sara Kaumudi with this verse. Laukike Vaidike chapi tatha samaike piva vyaparas tatra sarvatra ganitena vinanahi, he says. And this is how mathematics was taught, by integrating it into Super Shastra, Ganit, also into textile engineering, combinatorics in textile engineering, metrics in music, meters in music. All this is how math was taught. A simple example is, it goes like this. Parthah karnavadhaya marganaganam kruddho, if I may take 30 seconds alone. Parthah karnavadhaya marganaganam kruddho rane sandadhe. Partha is doing Karnavada. This is Bhaskaracharya and Leelavati writing. Faizi, the court mathematician of Akbar, has translated this into Persian, and it is in his notes that he says that Leelavati is likely the daughter of Bhaskaracharya, who was 9 years old. Later she was going to get married. There was this entire narrative of how she was looking into a Ghatika Yantra where the pearl fell. All that is from Faizi. But however, from the source text internal evidence, what we try to understand is that Leelavati is a Balika to whom Bhaskaracharya is posing this question. And what is this question? This is a quadratic indeterminate equation where Partha is doing Karnavada. Who is Partha? We know Arjuna. And he is doing Karnavada. And he is shooting vectors of arrows. Okay. Marganaganam. Kruddhorane sandade. Tasyardhena nivarya. Half of it is for defense. Now there is Yuddha Niyati in this math class. The greatest amount of, arms and ammunitions utilized is first towards defense, if you look at it mathematically later. Tasyardhena nivarya tacharaganam mulais chaturbhirhayan. 4 root text is used to tackle the horses of Karna. Shalyam shadbihi. If you read, if you read the Upakathas of Mahabharata, if you read more books, you know how Shalya came to the Kaurava clan. So a math class now will deviate into Shalya's story, how Shalya came into the Kauravas. He took his one whole Akshogini and then had to go and join Kauravas. Though he was the maternal uncle of Nakula Sahadeva. From there the story will come back into the math class. Shalyam shadbihi ateshu bistribhirapi chatram dhvajam karmukam. One to destroy the umbrella, one to destroy the flag, dhvajam. One for karmukam. What's karmukam? Anshulji may say. Karmukam is the bow of Karna. Right? Ghandiva is the bow of Arjuna. One to destroy it. Finally, chiche dasya shirasharena katite. Bhaskara asks, how many arrows were employed? X by 2 for defense. 4 root X tackle the Thank you. Horses of Karna. 6 to tackle. Shalya, the charioteer of Karna. 3 for the umbrella, the flag, and the bow. Right? Finally, 1 at the head of Karna. X by 2 plus 4 root x plus 6 plus 3 plus 1 is equal to x. Now, this is a quadratic indeterminate equation. When you solve it, you get x square minus 8 root x plus 10 is equal to 0. Solutions for it can be minus 2 or plus 10. Today, children learn it in 10th standard. Minus b plus or minus root of b square minus 4ac. And the question says solve for x. And then they give a question. Now, contrast this kind of rich pedagogy that we had in Indian traditions versus, contrast this to what's happening right now. A mundane education creating a lot of phobia towards math and sciences. And there are a lot of modern applications to this as well. 1, in pedagogy. 2, in computational thinking. There are fantastic ways in which you can impart algorithmic thinking into, children in higher education. So towards bringing back Bharatiya Vijnana and towards balancing it with modern sciences, we have a Dharma Gurukulam. Children of the Gurukulam presented here. We also have a stall there of some among the books that we offer for the rest of the world to also benefit from this, sort of endeavor. We believe very strongly in our Gurukulam. It's just Parni, 2 hours away from here. I welcome you all to visit the stall, and if possible, welcome to our ashram as well at some point in time. I definitely would like to host you all there, and would like children to demonstrate some among these Vijnana capabilities, blending both modern and ancient sciences. Some of our children have admits into IIT Madras and so on. So this is a bunch of 25 children learning both modern sciences and ancient sciences in a blend in Bharatiya Vijnana. Towards this, I feel that towards addressing the topic finally, is that in reviving Gurukula systems in the country, it becomes paramount importance not just to know the history of our country, but the scientific heritage and the pedagogical methods that we have in our texts. We have a huge treasure trove of it upon which we are all sleeping. May Bharat wake up. Jayatu Bharatam, Jayatu Bharatiya Vijnana. Namaste.
I request Shri Harish Karat ji to present the memento. Let us all meet back up after a lunch break, sharp at 2:30, as we have an exciting session of Bharat Fast Forward awaiting us. A short session with Shefali Vaidya in conversation with Abhijit Joag and Amit Tadani ji.
in the Western world, they had very few fault lines. Like one was race. We have so many. Like we have religion, we have caste, we have language. There is no dearth of fault lines in our country. But in the West, they had to invent fault lines. So they invented gender as one fault line. And I was telling you about the three ideologies that combined to form critical theory. One was communism, one was postmodernism, and third was pansexuality or pansexualism. And that says that any kind of normal sexuality is oppressive. Honestly, I mean, it really it sounds very, sounds unbelievable, but they really very seriously argue that if you have a normal sexual leaning, then you are an oppressor. And if you are having transgender or some other kind of sexuality, then you are oppressed. And I was telling you about how the percentage of people who declare themselves as transgender increases. In the schools, they teach the students that white people or Brahmins, for example, are always oppressors. And once you are in that class, you can never get out of it. So you may be very, very progressive in your mind, you may be very, very modern in your thinking, but still, if you are a Brahmin, you will always remain an oppressor. So just imagine a 5-year-old kid or a 6-year-old kid. If he is told continuously that you have been oppressors and you have oppressed all these other people, they feel very depressed. And then they yearn for some kind of a oppressed identity for themselves also. Seriously, that is what happens. I mean, it really sounds very funny, but it really happens. Because you imagine a 6-year-old kid. So he or she said, "Mujhe bhi koi, I also want some oppressed identity." And then the easiest oppressed identity to gain is declare that I am a transgender. Then suddenly you become a hero. Then your friends start looking at you with, oh wow, I mean, because they have made it cool, you know. That is their strength, that they have made these things cool. Becoming a transgender is a cool thing. Becoming a mentally fragile person is a cool thing. So you declare that, I mean, I'm having mental issues. Then your friends will say, oh, what a brave person she is. So making people fragile, obesity is cool, exactly. So these new identities they are discovering, that if you are a fit person, you are an oppressor. If you are obese, you are an oppressed. If you are short, you are an oppressed person. If you are a tall and handsome person, you are an oppressor. I'm not joking. This is how it is. They really say these things very seriously, and they are taken very seriously. So these are the things which are actually creating all these issues. And what was So gender, as I said, that they had very few fault lines, so they created gender as one fault line. And they used it very, very powerfully. And again, they were backed by the ideology of pansexualism. So they built upon it and took gender as one reason why, because of on which the society can be divided. Because ultimately their aim is to divide the society and keep the friction going and keep the temperature rising and finally bring it down. So gender was one of the issues that they created. And they have made it now so watertight that in the United States, if your children are told, school children, that if you want to get a sex change operation done, you don't need your parents' permissions. You don't need a parents' permission. And if parents object, then they can be sued, prosecuted.
Yeah.
Prosecuted.
No, yeah, I just want to add.
That is how they have weaponized gender. And it has gone to such a serious extent that, I mean, in India, we have to stop it right here. If you don't take those steps right now, we are in for a great shock. Because today we are laughing, because we think that is all very laughable. But believe me, it is not laughable. It will make you cry. So we have to stop it right here.
So in medical terms, since it's kind of my subject, there is a very, very small group of male children who identify as female since their childhood they have this feeling that no, I've, behavior patterns, everything. And it's a very, very small group running into maybe a few in a million, okay? And this has been traditionally the group which is eventually who are offered sex change operations. Now, in what is happening in the US is something which is totally the opposite. It's all teenage girls. Okay, why? Because they are at an age when they are vulnerable mentally, and these people are exploiting that to the maximum. And this is where the distortion has crept in, that as Abhijit rightly said, children whom we will never, their consent isn't valid in court, right? We need an adult's consent, are being offered changes which are permanently damaging them. If they say puberty blockers cannot be reversed. Once puberty is blocked, that child is never going to hit puberty again. It's gone. The child is rendered infertile for life, irrespective of what they do with their genitals later. If they decide it was a mistake, too bad. It's your bad luck. Imagine giving that kind of permanent treatment options in the hands of kids, and the parents aren't supposed to question them. The counselors in the school aren't supposed to question them. If the child comes and says, I feel like a female, the counselor is just supposed to say, yeah, then you must be one, let's get a sex change done. And if the counselor doesn't say that, the counselor gets sacked. Now, these are very serious things. Medically, I will say it's a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense to do any procedure in these children. It's a criminal offense to give them any kind of medicines like this, but it has happened, and so-called progressive countries have done it. We should simply not go down that path at any cost.
In fact, the ultimate frontier of wokeism is basically to normalize pedophilia and say that it's a normal urge among certain individuals to get sexually attracted to children. I cannot think of anything that is more evil or more sinister than this, but that is also probably going to happen first in the Western countries and then regrettably in India, because we always have idiots in our country who want to follow everything that's happening abroad. Abhijit, I want to talk to you about the second big area which is being weaponized by creating false narrative, that is history, and how history has been used to further the woke agenda.
History is something which is very, very powerfully weaponized. In the US, they have said that America is all about racism. There is no other identity to America but racism. So now racism has been a problem in America. Nobody can deny that. But you can't say that that is the only identity that the US has. So if you look at slavery, for example, more slaves were taken to Arabian countries than were taken to the United States. But nobody talks about slavery in Arabian countries, right? But the stamp of slavery and racism has been fixed so strongly on the United States that in history, they say that they have created something which is called as 1619 project. So normally we say that America was formed in 1776 when they got their independence from the British. But wokes have created something which is 1619 project, because in the year 1619, a batch of African slaves landed in the United States for the first time. So they say that 1619 is the year when the US was formed. Because racism is the only identity of US, and it started in 1619. So 1619 should be the year that should be taken as the year when the United States were formed. Same thing is now being done with India. India's only identity is casteism, exploitation, patriarchy. These are the words which are associated with India. And that is why dismantling global Hindutva is such a big program that they took in the United States, where all big universities were associated. Because they are associating India with casteism, patriarchy, exploitation, and other things. So they are giving you an identity which you simply can't shrug off, because it is given with so much conviction. There is a lady who has written a book, I forget her name. She has written a book which says that casteism in India is the origin of all exploitation in the world. Seriously. And it's a bestseller. And Oprah Winfrey has promoted that book very, very strongly. and it's a bestseller book in the United States. So they are associating, they're using history. I mean, we have been always targeted like that. The British also weaponized history and created Aryan invasion theory to demolish our self-confidence and self-respect. We have lived through that. But again, the same game is being played with us. When British started that, Oxford University played the important role of giving it a research and ideology foundation. And now in this game of dominating India, Harvard University is playing a very big role of giving them the ideological shield from which they are launching a great attack on India by completely distorting our history. They are saying that India is nothing but patriarchy. India is nothing but exploitation. India is nothing but casteism and untouchability. So it's a very, very serious subject. And because they create a very, very strong ideological aura around whatever they say, it becomes very difficult. Another thing is they draw a line of ethics. And they say that if you are on the wrong side of that, wrong meaning they decide what is right and wrong. And if you are on the wrong side of that line, then you can never be right. So, and again, as I said, that there is nothing like objective reality. So you can't argue. Once they declare that you are xenophobic, once they declare that you are Islamophobic, once they declare that you are patriarchal, you have no chance. So that is the foolproof kind of strategy that they have prepared. And earlier we realize and start fighting it, it is better.
Thank you so much. There was a very, very interesting debate. Now I open the floor for questions. Because of lack of time, I'll be able to take 2 or 3 questions, but just ask questions. Please don't make observations.
That was an absolutely fascinating discussion. The three of you is absolutely brilliant. Couple of very quick questions to Abhijit ji. You know, when you say, and I completely identified with you when you said that you cannot argue with commies and leftists because I am from JNU, is absolutely self-defeating. And then at the same time, you also say India has to make sure that we defeat them. Isn't that a contradiction? Because if you cannot argue with people, they will not listen to reason and rationale. How the hell do you defeat them? The only solution, and I'm just putting it for, is to use the Hindi proverb, loha hi lohe ko kaatta hai. If left demands complete submission and any deviation is completely prohibited, it works for the global community, leftist community, then dare I say there is a religion that also demands complete submission. It also works for only the global religious people in the fold. So why isn't that people of that religious fold fighting the left? It is Loha versus Loha. Where do we come in? We can just step aside and watch the fun. That's number one. And to Dr. Saab, while I do agree with your thesis very quickly about the rationalist murder, because that was also part of that, I mean, you can say it that I'm being a devil's advocate, but for wrong people or people who did not commit the crime to be tortured and to be wrongly accused of this, all the intelligence agencies are with the present BJP government for the last 9 years. So you can no longer accuse the Congress or the NCP or erstwhile governments of committing this, absolute monstrosity. So what do you have to say to, the present government not disentangling the mess that these 4 murders have got themselves into? And is that, doesn't the blame also rest on that? And finally, I agree with your daughter, not you, because I believe while gender may be fluid, sex is not. In fact, that was one of the debates where the Chief Justice also got it wrong when he said there is no such thing as biological male or female. He was absolutely wrong. So people can identify themselves as cat, mouse, rat, whatever they wish to, but biologically they are either male or female. Thank you.
So this is very interesting actually as to why the authorities stayed how they were. And all this stems from the judge who actually asked for the case and took it, okay, Justice Dharmadhikari. And this particular justice ideally should not have even touched this case, because his father was a very close associate of Dabholkar. He was the senior Justice Dharmadhikari. So having a personal interest, normally you would have to recuse yourself from the case. But in this case, he has taken the matter out of turn and kept it with him. And he has given orders not to transfer any officers connected with the case. And that is how that position stayed till the time the judge retired. And the court continued to monitor this investigation with the same parameters right up to 2023 January, when the trial had already begun. So normally a court monitored investigation should end when the charge sheet is filed, which should have been ideally, one charge sheet was already filed in 2015, so it should have technically ended at that time. It didn't. It should have ended in 2017 when the second charge sheet was filed. It didn't. And the Dabholkar family themselves kept fighting in court, saying that we want to continue the court monitoring of the investigation. And even after the trial had begun, they kept pleading with the court the same thing in the Supreme Court. And the reason for this is because of application of pressure, nothing else. It was just a pressure tactic. And because keep doing this, they will keep making allegations that the investigation is not, and in fact they did throughout, that these investigations have not been done properly, and the real culprits have not been caught. And till date, the family maintains the real culprits have not been caught, by the way. So, this is how it has gone. Now, as to why the present government didn't do anything about it, I don't think they will. I don't have any such expectations from them that they are going to change the officers concerned or touch the investigation in any manner. And they have their own reasons not to also. They still haven't done anything about even the Malegaon cases. And I will go one step further to say that this is the last bit of the Hindu terror narrative which was remaining, because there were actually efforts to make linkage between the Malegaon accused and the accused in these 4 cases, which eventually they had to accept that there's simply no linkage involved in this. So that is wahan pe. Now, yes, gender fluidity is a nonsense. You can identify yourself as anything you want, cat, dog, elephant, whatever. But yes, but that doesn't change your reality as to what you are. And you may undergo a surgery to get a sex change operation done. It still doesn't change your biologics. So that doesn't change. Now, if you have an issue, yeah, you can seek counseling, you can seek professional help, you can do what you want to yourself, but as a governmental policy, it is not acceptable for you to allow minors to take such decisions. That is absolutely out. If some adult of, the Piramal who did a sex change operation after he was 30, I'm fine with that, it's your choice. 30-year-old is good enough to understand, but to allow children and preteens and teenagers to do this, no, that can't be done.
One small subset question. If you are saying that adults can get that thing, in a sense, mutilate themselves, but children should not, then why do we allow male circumcision of children?
We do it only for medical reasons. So actually, that is one of my bread and butter surgeries. So I would request you not to kick my stomach.
Anand, do you think any one of us is Asaduddin Owaisi or something?
So coming to your first question, yeah, certainly Hinduism is in fact the most tolerant and inclusive religion. So for transgenders also we have something called as kinnar. So we accept them as a part of the society. And whereas in Islam, transgenderism means death. So still, the reason behind that is they have identified Islam as oppressed. So they want to create more and more oppressed classes. For them, Islam is an oppressed class. And oppressed can never be wrong. Oppressors can never be right. Oppressed can never be wrong. So that's why Hamas gets justified. Because they are oppressed. And oppressed can never be wrong. So that is the issue. Another thing is, there are 3 major streams who want totalitarian control over the world. One is extremely rich families and banks. Second is left. And third is Islam. and all of them think that they are using each other. So left thinks that they are using Islam, and that's why they never go against them, because their idea is to destroy the world. Anarchy and destruction is what they want, and no better partner than Islam to achieve anarchy and destruction. So that is why that yuti is there, Islam and left. But in Iran, what happened, we all know that initially the movement against Shah was started by the left, but they were not going anywhere. So they thought that we'll use Khomeini, because he was popular among the rural youth. So they thought that we'll use him. But once the movement was successful, the left were the first ones who were shot, and it became an Islamic republic. So it's anybody's guess what is going to happen ultimately.
I'll have to wrap up now, because after this we have a very, very important and engrossing session by Vishnu Shankar Jain ji. Both Abhijit and Amit will be available. There'll be a tea break. Please feel free to meet them. Please buy the book, take their autographs, and ask them whatever questions that you might have. Unfortunately, since we are already 10 minutes above the stipulated time limit, I'll have to wrap up here. Thank you for being such a lovely audience.
I call upon Mrs. Sapna Ajay Bharatan, President, Regional CRPF Families Welfare Association, Coimbatore, and wife of IGP CRPF Coimbatore, to felicitate Srimati Shefali Vaidya. Can we also have Paramashivan ji to felicitate Abhijit Joag ji? Next up on stage, I would like to call upon a lawyer of the Supreme Court of India and a speaker, Shri Vishnu Shankar Jain ji, on his special address, Reclaiming Brick by Brick.
धर्म संस्थापना के देवता भगवान श्री कृष्ण के चरणों में मेरा नमन। परात्पर गुरु डॉक्टर जयंत बालाजी आठवाले के चरणों में मेरा नमन। आई एम very, very grateful and thankful to Western Ghat Literary Festival and all the organizers to have invited me here and given me this opportunity to interact and share my experiences with all of you. So today in my session I would like to deal with certain issues I would like to highlight certain issues about Gyan Vyapi case which is ongoing. I would be dealing with certain history and the cases which we have filed pertaining to Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi. Also I will be touching upon the aspects of Waqf Act, the Places of Worship Act, and whether we are actually secular, which the word secular was inserted in the Constitution in 1976 by 42nd Amendment. So are we actually secular in today's perspective are the issues which I'll be focusing on in today's talk. So starting first, yesterday I was traveling together with Mr. Anand Ranganathan, and it was a pleasure to be in the same flight with him. So I was just briefing him and narrating him about the issue that we say that we are secular, but the point is this, that secular is the only word in the constitution which has not been defined. Secular is the only word which was debated by the Constitutional Assembly. In the Constitutional Assembly debates, 3 times this proposal of inserting the word secular was turned down. And then in 1976, 42nd Amendment was brought and secular and socialist word were added. So the point is this, that there are certain schemes which were, I was just narrating Mr. Anand Ranganathan about this dichotomy and about this discrimination. And I think he would be writing, I have suggested him this, that next time he'll be writing Hindus 8th class citizen. Now the second edition of this book will be coming, because we'll be supplying him more details and more materials, that how Hindus are not just 8th class but 18th class or 20th class citizens, how the discrimination is continuing and ongoing. And the fact of the matter is that 5,200 crore rupees was the budgetary provision of central government from past so many years, and the recent budget of 2021-22 was 5,200 crores, where various schemes were floated for the benefit of minority communities. And this so-called minoritism is absolutely against the theme and against the ethos of the constitution. When the word minority rights were discussed by Sardar Patel, by Jawaharlal Nehru, by B.K. Mukherjee, all of them said that there should be no special minority rights. When you are giving all the citizens equal right, or all the fundamental rights are available to everyone, then why are you giving special rights to members of minority communities? And let me tell you, before partition of the country, there were discussions in the draft constitution that there should be a special officer for minorities to deal with them with a separate perspective. But Sardar Patel said that if you are, and I'm quoting him, that if you are such a well-organized minority that you can get a whole country divided as per your population strength, as per the strength of your population, then you do not want any minority rights in this country, and this country is not going to give you any minority rights. But despite that, Article 29 and 30 were added in the Indian Constitution. And today we are having a minority ministry, we are having a minority minister, we are having the Waqf board, and we are having 5,200 crore rupees which are being given by the government, by the central government. Recently the budget has been reduced after we had filed a petition in the Supreme Court. I am quoting Mr. K.K. Venugopal, who was the then Attorney General of India. He said that this matter must be referred to a 5-judge bench. It's a constitutional issue. And yes, and recently when our matter was pending in the Supreme Court has issued notice in the matter. When our matter was pending in the Supreme Court, the budget has been reduced to 3,200 crores. So at least I'm happy that by raising the voice, 2,000 crores of taxpayers I have saved. But the point is that this 3,000 crore rupees which are being spent on a minority should not be there. And the fact is that I am a Jain, and I am saying that we should not, because I don't believe that Jains are minorities, and this was the greatest sin which was committed by Congress government in 2013 by declaring sections of Jain community as minority community. Jains and Hindus have always been together, and they have been an integral part of one and the same belief. The only difference between Jainism and Hinduism is certain ways of worship which varies from India in various parts of the society. But Jainism and Hinduism, according to me, is no different. And let me tell you that Neminath Bhagwan is the cousin brother of Lord Krishna. He is the cousin brother of Lord Krishna, and if you visit Girnar Parvat, you will find the idol of Neminath Bhagwan, which was consecrated by Bhagwan Shri Krishna himself on the third tok, Tisri tok in Girnar Parvat. So Jainism and Hinduism is no different, but the policy of divide and rule, and what Supreme Court said in Bal Patil case, that minoritism will lead to multinationalism, is what we are facing and what we are feeling. So therefore I believe that this entire scheme of minority schemes run by the central government must be abolished. And therefore, this is the issue which I wanted to highlight, that Article 29 and 30, and especially Article 30 subclause 1, is the most draconian provision, and which is making Hindus live like 9th class, after 8th I'm putting it 9th class citizen in this country. Because the fact of the matter is, see how, I just want to highlight how Article 30 subclause 1 works. If suppose a person is of a Muslim community, he can establish an educational institution, and right from nursery up to professional education, by reading Islam, Hadith, Quran, and all the Islamic studies, he can study and become a doctor, engineer, and all the professional educations he can achieve. But that facility is not available to any Sanatani. I cannot read my Sanskrit, I cannot read my scriptures. I was listening to Guruji, so well read. The Anandi Foundation, he was giving his presentation here at 1:15. But we cannot have Gurukul Parampara, which is funded by the central government. We cannot have such institutions, and then we can become lawyers and doctors. So this is the fallacy in the entire scheme, and how Article 30 subclause 1 works. So now moving to the next issue is, I would like to explain certain issues of Waqf Act and Places of Worship Act, and then I would demonstrate what our case is of Gyanvapi and Krishna Janmabhoomi. So I believe and I feel as a lawyer, after meeting various sections of the society, after meeting various members of the society, I believe that the Waqf Act 1995 is one of the most draconian provisions and most draconian statutes in our country. And the history of Waqf Act starts from Muslim Waqf Act 1923, the first enactment. And if you will compare the Muslim Waqf Act 1923 with the present Waqf Act 1995, there is tremendous difference. What Muslim Waqf Act 1923 was enacted for was for administration of inter-see disputes between members of Shia community and Sunni community. So for example, if there is a dispute relating to a particular property between a Shia member and a Sunni member, then he can go to the Waqf tribunal, and for that purpose the Waqf Act 1923 was enacted. After independence, the first Waqf Act which was enacted was Waqf Act 1954, which was enacted by Congress government, and from there the draconian provisions started. And ultimately the Waqf Act 1995, which is existing today with amendment in 2013, is the most draconian law. And I would like to highlight certain statutory provisions which can show and demonstrate before us that how we have been discriminated, and how there are laws in this country which are blatantly and openly discriminating members of the Hindu community. And the example is, and I am quoting each section word by word in a simplified form, and you can correct me if I am wrong. Section 4, 5 and 6 of the Waqf Act 1995. Under section 4, 5 and 6 of the Waqf Act 1995, there is a survey which is conducted for the Waqf properties in every 10 years. And let me tell you that the cost of this survey is borne by the state exchequer under section 8 of the Waqf Act 1995. I want to ask a question to myself at this point of time, that whether there is any statute in this country, any government order, rule, geo, notification, bylaw, where any survey is conducted for the properties of Hindu temples. Rather, the survey is conducted that how rich the Hindu temple is and go and grab it. That kind of surveys are conducted. But there is no survey to see that how much properties are there for a Hindu temple, and that expenditure is borne by the state government. There is no such provision. And this provision, that survey of Waqf properties will be conducted by the state government, is in direct, and expenditure will be borne by the state government, is in direct contravention with Article 27, where the mandate of the constitution is that the state will not spend any money for a particular religion. Then moving forward, under section 40, subclause 1 and subclause 3, the Waqf board can declare any property as Waqf property. And let me tell you, if the property is of a trust or a society, look at the power which is given to them. If if suppose they are acquiring I'm just giving an example to explain the provision. If suppose I'm a society and I'm having certain chunks of land, suppose 2 acres of land, and I'm a society. And if they declare my society as a Waqf property, they will not inform the society. The information will go to the registrar of the society. And we know that what happens in the office of registrar of society or registrar of trust, all these communications are never communicated to the affected parties. So the result is, ultimately the person whose land has been declared as a Waqf property never knows that his land has been declared as a Waqf property. And if you don't challenge it, within 1 year that order becomes absolute. So this is section 40 subclause 3 for you. And under section 40 subclause 1, Waqf board has the power to declare any property as Waqf property. I was shouting about these provisions before this Tamil Nadu temple. When recently this example which came to light, that in Tamil Nadu a temple is there which was existing 1400 years ago, prior to Islam coming into force. Before that a temple was existing which was declared as Waqf property. This is a blatant example of how section 40 subclause 1 and how section 40 subclause 3 is misused and abused. And let me tell you, and it is not my data, the data is of Andhra Pradesh High Court of 2008, where the Andhra Pradesh High Court has gone on to record to say that the Waqf board is the third largest owner of land in this country. After defense and railway, the Waqf board is the third largest land owner in this country, and this is the data of Andhra Pradesh High Court of 2008. Now we are 15 years down the lane. And today if you will check the data, I don't know whether they are the first or the second. But the point is that we were mocked at by the judiciary, by the courts, by the so-called left liberals, when we used to say that Taj Mahal is a Hindu temple. Let me tell you that Taj Mahal has been declared as Waqf property by UP Sunni Central Waqf Board in 2005. The Archaeological Survey of India is in appeal in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court asked a question to the Waqf Board in 2018. Last this matter was listed in Supreme Court. And I remember Mr. V. Giri was arguing for the UP Sunni Central Waqf Board. The Chief Justice of India, the then Chief Justice of India, asked Mr. Giri that please show us the document when Shah Jahan made this Taj Mahal as Waqf property. After that, till today, this matter is never listed. So there is a municipal corporation in Surat which has been declared as Waqf property. Delhi, most of the lands in Delhi are declared as Waqf property. Mr. Arand Ranganathan once said on Times Now studio that please check whether this land is on, he said out of, as a mockery, that please see whether this studio is on a Waqf land or not. Then later on he came to know that that area also they are claiming as Waqf property. So the fact is that the question which remains is that have you given this power, I am asking, with lot of sense of responsibility, and I have asked to all the legal luminaries, the most senior advocates in this country, that is there any rule, notification, GO, bylaw, or forget any order where the member of any Hindu community, any Jain community, any Sikh community, any Christian community member has been given this power to declare any property as his own property? And then the person who, and after declaration, the communication will also not be made. And if the communication is made, then he has to challenge it before Waqf tribunal. Then moving forward, under the normal law for all of us who are sitting here is that if our properties are encroached, against the encroachment, we have to go to a civil court. We cannot take law in our own hands. We have to go to the civil court for removal of encroachment. And precisely that's what we are doing in Kashi and Mathura. And Ayodhya, from 70 years we were fighting in Ayodhya to remove the illegal encroachment. In Kashi we are fighting legal battles to remove the encroachment. In Mathura we are fighting legal battles to remove the encroachment. But the power which is given to the Waqf board under section 53 and 54 of Waqf Act 1995 is that if the Waqf land is encroached, they can direct the district magistrate and the SSP or the state government to carry out their orders to remove the encroachment and submit a report to them and see to it that the encroachment is removed. I want to ask a question that whether any such power is with any Sanatani or any member of the Hindu community. Then apart from that, the member of Waqf board, then there is a Waqf tribunal which is constituted under section 85 of the Waqf Act 1995, where one of the members have to be
a known scholar of Islamic law, and by default all the members of Waqf tribunal till date have been Muslims. So ultimately you are the judge, jury and the executor. You will declare your property, any property as Waqf property, and I have to challenge it before Waqf tribunal under section 85, and the provisions of and the jurisdiction of civil court is barred under section 83. I cannot challenge that order under in the civil court. So I have to challenge it in Waqf tribunal where the members of Islamic law are sitting, and they will declare that order as valid. Then under section 80 of the CPC, the British provision was, and it has continued till today under the present CPC also, CPC 1908, that if you have to file a case against the central government and the state government, you have to give them 2 months prior notice. This was the provision, and this provision remains intact in the statute books till today. Can you imagine that same provision is there for the Waqf board? If you have to file a case against the Waqf board, just like rulers, you have to give them 2 months prior notice that we are going to file a case against you. Under section 89 of the Waqf Act. Apart from that, the list doesn't end here. 3 more sections I will quote and I will move to the next issue. Section 101 of the Waqf Act 1995. Under section 101 of the Waqf Act, the members of the Waqf board and the mutawallis are declared as public servants. Meaning thereby if you even touch them, it's an offense under the IPC. No Shankarachar, Purohit, Mahant, priest, Pithadishwar or a simple priest also has been declared as a public servant by any government order till this date. But you have declared members of Waqf board as public servants so that they can do anything they want on ground and by statute, and no one can question them. Apart from that, for us, the law is that if any temple property is encroached and there is a shibayat and that shibayat is negligent, then you have to approach the courts of law within 3 years or within 12 years, whatever is the limitation period as described under the Limitation Act 1963. But for the Waqf board, there is no period of limitation. उनको जब सपना आ जाए कि कोई संपत्ति वक्फ संपत्ति थी, they can say yes, this is waqf land, and they can pass an order. For them there is no limitation. For us there is limitation. If we don't come to the courts of law within a particular period of time, our rights are barred. Our remedy is barred. But for them there is no period of limitation under section 107 of the Waqf Act 1995. And apart from this fact, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that entire Punjab and Haryana and most of the parts of this country are burning because of this issue of section 108 of the Waqf Act 1995. Under section 108 of Waqf Act 1995, you know what has happened? The members, the refugees who came from Pakistan at the time of partition, they were in the properties of members of Muslim community who left to Pakistan. So ideally, after partition, they should have become the owners of those areas. So there, at that point of time, there was an act which was enacted by the central government, and the name of the act is Administration of Evacuee Property Act 1950. And the central government said that this entire area where members of Muslim community have gone to Pakistan, we will be the custodians as of now, and we'll see whom to give. Can you imagine that in 1984, the then Rajiv Gandhi government made amendment in the Waqf Act 1954 and introduced section 66H, H for Himachal Pradesh, and gave those entire lands to the Waqf board, and which forms today the part as section 108 of the Waqf Act 1995. So what is happening is the refugees from Pakistan who were believing that they will become owners of the land, today they are the tenants. And earlier they used to pay very meager rent of 30 rupees, 50 rupees or 100 rupees. Today the Waqf board is charging 1 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees as rent from them. So this is the draconian things which are happening. We have challenged the constitutional validity of Waqf Act 1995. Earlier we went to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court always entertains most of the PILs which are concerning various issues. But this PIL, they said that you should approach the High Court first. So we have taken this challenge, and as of now 200 petitions are filed in various high courts, and we are filing petitions after petitions, and we are enlightening the citizens and our people that how this WAF Act is so draconian. We have given a representation to the central government. But the fact of the matter is, why I am telling you all this today is that there may be a scenario that the judiciary of this country may not take appropriate steps at appropriate time. And it's already too late, as I've told you, that the Waqf board is may become the first larger landowner in this country. And against this oppressive mechanism, we all have to get united and we all have to fight against it someday. Mr. Ranganathan has written a wonderful book, and I think books after books, series after series, articles after articles have to be written against this draconian law. Now moving forward, since I have a paucity of time, so I have to cover a lot of issues. So moving forward, I would like to demonstrate a little bit about what we have narrated as Gyanvyapi case. What is our case? I don't want to take you all through various documents historically, because all of those documents, you know that how Aurangzeb demolished the temple, how our temple was demolished, everything is there on record. But I would like to first demonstrate before you that what our case is in Gyanvyapi and what we are fighting for. So I would like to do it by making a map so that you can understand our battle little clearly. Am I audible? Yeah. So this Gyanvyapi, I am saying that this is gate number 4, from where all the VIPs enter. This is gate number 1, from where the common people enter. It is horrible that this thing is there in today's era, but it is there. So this is Ganges river. So the idea is that from here you collect water and you come and directly offer water to the new temple. So this is the new temple, which was built by Rani Ahilya Bai Holkar in 1770. Where we are offering worship as of now. And whatever I'm speaking here is everything as per the settled historical records. It is not any disputed fact. So this temple was built by Rani Ahilya Bai Holkar in 1770. And I'm right now demonstrating before you that what the present structure after building of the corridor of Gyanvyapi looks, and how our fight is, and for what our fight is. So this is gate number 4. From here we enter. Like when I went for advocate commission, I entered from gate number 4 because of security reasons. Then we took a left turn. When you take a left turn, you find 3 vigrays. You find a shivling here. You find one more set of shivlings here. And you find a Hanuman Murti here. These are the 3 vigrays the moment you take left turn from gate number 4. Then little forward you go and you take a right turn. And you go and you meet this and you get to this gate of new temple. So there is another gate for the persons who are coming from gate number 4. They go like this and they enter the premises of new temple. They offer their worship here and they go out. In middle of this area, there is this barricading. So this entire thing which I'm building here is a barricading. Now this barricading was done by the then Mulayam Singh Yadav government in November 1993. And inside this barricading, there are these 3 central domes. And let me also tell you that this is the west side of the so-called mosque. This is the east side, this is the south, and this is the north. So behind these 3 central domes, we as Hindus are worshipping from November 1993 till this very day. We are worshipping the Vigraha of Ma Shringar Gauri. Earlier we used to worship every day in the year, but after this barricading which was installed in 1993, we are now worshipping once a year on 4th day of Vaishantik Navratra we are worshipping. So here there is Ma Shringar Gauri. Shringar Gauri. And inside this so-called, these are the 3 central domes of the mosque. This is the Wazu tank. In this Wazu tank we found Shivling on 16th May 2022. And this is the Tehkhana of Vyas Parivar. Tehkhana in Hindi we can say the cellar of Vyas Parivar. So this is the cellar of Vyas Parivar. Actually, this mosque is on the first floor, so this cellar is virtually the ground floor of the mosque. But like you have to enter this cellar little bit so that you can offer worship. So let me also tell you one more fact, that Vyas Parivar was worshipping in this cellar till November 1993. It is only in November 1993 when Mulayam Singh Yadav government, in complete murder of the Places of Worship Act, threw the Vyas Parivar from this cellar, and this cellar is inside this barricading beneath the mosque. Thus, Vyas Parivar was thrown out of this cellar who was worshipping inside the mosque, and they were dispossessed in violation of Section 3 of the Places of Worship Act. And inside this premises in question here, there was a peepal tree which has been cut. There is Ganesh idol which was here, which has been thrown out. Hanuman idol was here. Hanuman idol was earlier there inside the barricading, which is now here. This, as I told you, is a Hanuman idol. There were some shivlings which are inside the barricading, which are now here. So now, the so-called Anjuman Intizamiya claims that this is a mosque. So what we did is this: we filed a civil court in this. We filed a civil suit in the civil court of Varanasi, and we said that we were worshipping in the premises in question till November 1993. The Places of Worship Act has been enacted in July 1991. So in violation of, please read Section 3 of Places of Worship Act, which gives a mandate that no place will be changed. And this, right now I'm playing as a devil's advocate. First of all, I believe that Places of Worship Act is completely unconstitutional. But going by the interpretation which is being made out by Mr. Owaisi and various left liberals and seculars, they say that no place of worship should be changed and the religious character has to be intact on 15th August 1947. This is the narrative which we all hear. So the question is this, that who in violation of Section 3 of the Places of Worship Act stopped the daily worship of Ma Shringar Gauri in the western side of the so-called mosque? Who till November 1993 stopped the worship of Lord Ganesh, Lord Hanuman, the invisible deity? And who in November 1993 threw us from the cellar which was existing right under the mosque? Is the grievance which we had before the civil court of Varanasi, and this civil suit was filed by us. Yes, so sorry. Nandi is here in the new temple, which is facing, so sorry. Nandi is right 83 feet from this shivling which we have found in the Vazu tank. Here is the Nandi, which is facing towards the shivling, this shivling. Now I'll tell the further story. So as per this map which I have drawn, as I told you that we asked for right to worship, and our suits are not just restricted to right to worship. We have asked for title also of this entire area. The khasra number of this area is khasra number 9130, which is the revenue record, which is the survey record. So we filed a civil suit in the civil court of Mathura, and we asked for an advocate commission survey, which is a provision under Order 26 Rule 9 of the CPC. And we said that inside this so-called Gyanvyapi mosque, there are various signs and symbols of Hindu temple. So an advocate commission survey is required. I must tell you that though we have various examples in our Indian judiciary of rejecting this demand, of calling this demand as communal, but there are certain rational judges also in the Indian judiciary. Honorable Mr. Justice Ravi Kumar Divakar, who has been now transferred from Varanasi to Bareilly, he passed an order of survey of advocate commission under Order 26 Rule 9 and said that survey must be conducted. And there were 5 dates on which survey were to be held. The dates were 6th and 7th of May and 15th, 16th and 14th, 15th and 16th of May 2022. And when on 5th of May, 6th and 7th of May, when me and my father were going to enter from gate number 4 to go and conduct this survey with the advocate commission team, I just want to picturize before you that before gate number 4, like from where this board is starting, there is a Maidagin Chorha, which is very famous Chorha, which is a stretch of around 1.5 kilometers. In this entire stretch of 1.5 kilometers, only members of just a minute. In this stretch of 1.5 kilometers, only members of Muslim community were there. And they were all pressurizing the members of survey team so that they can run away and no survey should be conducted. And why? And you know why this happened? Because the secretary of Anjuman Intizamiya, Mr. Yasin, gave a call that this survey will not, we will not let this survey happen, and we will fight against this survey. And I'll tell you why also they were resisting this survey. So I asked and I'm telling you a very genuine story. I asked my father that how will we conduct this survey, because this entire area is packed by members of Muslim community and they will not allow us to enter. And we were going in a taxi, in a hired taxi, and like taxi also was not able to go till gate number 4. This much of crowd was there. But I want to tell you this story and this courage. And this is not a courage of my father, of myself. This is a courage of each and every Sanatani, that if we believe in our cause, without even weapons, we can defeat them only because we believe that our cause is greater than their sword. My father told me that, Vishnu, keep moving forward. We will not go back. I am only able to see my Mahadev. You keep moving forward. And with that courage, we entered into gate number 4. The entire survey team entered into gate number 4. Outside there were a lot of nares of Nare Takbir and this and that. And I really don't know till today that how that survey team survived and how they entered gate number 4, because we would have been butchered and massacred. But it is only Mahadev, I believe and I feel, who saved us and who protected us to enter gate number 4. When we entered gate number 4, we earlier on 6th and 7th of May, we did the survey of the outer area of the barricading, and we did the survey of Ma Shingar Gauri, Nandi, which is facing toward the mosque, the Vigre of Hanumanji and various other areas. And on 6th and 7th of May, and let me tell you, the court order was that this entire survey will be videographed and photographed. On 7th of May, the members of Muslim community, the Anjuman Intizamiya, said that Advocate Commissioner is biased and this Advocate Commissioner must be changed. So Advocate Commissioner was also shocked that what biasness I have done, everything is recorded in the camera. I am writing whatever I am seeing. There is no issue of biasness. My report is not out. Anyways, they made this objection on 12th of May. Honorable Mr. Justice Ravi Kumar Divakar passed an order and he said that 2 more Advocate Commissioners will be appointed in this survey, and the survey will happen from 8 a.m. till 5 a.m. on 14th, 15th and 16th of May. On 14th of May, we did survey of the Western Wall, and let me tell you that the Western Wall is shouting and saying that it is a ruins of an old Hindu temple. Beneath these 3 central domes, we found the shikhar of Hindu temple which has been cut. In the so-called mosque, when we entered, there was a lot of calendars like Gyanvyapi Mosque. And when we opened that calendar, beneath that calendar, Trishul and Damru and Shank were made. Then the so-called mosque was painted heavily to hide the original characteristic of Hindu temple. The pillars, there are 2, as I told you, there is one Taikhana of Vyasji, and there is one more Taikhana here, which is in control of Anjuman Intizamiya. The keys are with Mr. Ejaz. So we did survey of these 2 Taikhanas also, and we found lot of Sanskrit shloks, idols, destroyed and mutilated idols in both the cellars and both the Taikhanas. Apart from that, we found pillars of Hindu temple which were heavily painted. We found bells, and lot of proofs were found in the Advocate Commission survey. And on 16th, I can never forget that day. On 16th of May 2022, it was Monday, Buddha Purnima. This Wazoo tank, I was looking at this Wazoo tank from a far distance from the central dome of the mosque, and I was able to see a round circle wall, you can say. So I asked the advocate commissioner to do survey in the Wazoo tank. So no one ever thought that we will do survey of the Wazoo tank, because Wazoo tank was full with water. This Wazoo tank is of 3 feet, and entire 3 feet was full with water. So the Anjuman Intizamiya started objecting that there are a lot of fishes in the Wazoo tank, they will die. So I said that don't worry, I come from Jain community, we will take care of the fishes and we will do survey here. So the state government organized oxygen for the fishes. Can you imagine? Yeah, this has happened. The state government organized for oxygen for the fishes. The water was lowered down to 2 feet, and in 1 feet water, fishes were there with the ample of oxygen. We took a stair. I'll just show you. From here, so this is the place where we found shivling. So from here till here, we took stairs to enter there. And when we entered those stairs, after around 370 years, when I and my legal team saw our deity, for some time I forgot that I'm a lawyer, and I shouted and said, Namah Parvati Pate Har Har Mahadev. And at that point only we decided and it was so very possible that they would have destroyed this important case property. So they would have destroyed this, was our belief, and under Order 39 Rule 3 of the CPC, there is a provision that court has all the rights to save a very important case property. So the Civil Judge Senior Division, on our request, sealed this entire area on 10:30 on 16th of May 2022. And first time in the Indian legal history, we were generally taught that if there is an order of Civil Judge Senior Division, you have to challenge it in district court. Against the order of district court, you have to go to High Court. Against the order of the High Court, you have to go to Supreme Court. But for them, law is different. First time in the Indian legal history, an order of Civil Judge Senior Division was directly challenged in the Supreme Court. And when the matter traveled to the Supreme Court, my father was hospitalized, and all the left liberals and the left media in the Supreme Court started saying that Vishnu and his father are taking the excuse of their ill health so that they can get this stay order extended. My father was actually hospitalized. Can you imagine? The media personals came in the hospital, in the ICU, to see whether he's actually hospitalized or not, and they took interview there. I'm not naming the channels. But anyways, on the entire order was stayed for some time. On 17th of May, this order was interfered by the Supreme Court, and the matter was listed on 19th of May before the Supreme Court, 19th May 2022. I came to the Supreme Court with my father was still recovering from the asthma attack, because he's asthmatic, and he entered into the taikhanas. So can you imagine, I was carrying the medical reports of my father that please give him 1 day's time so that he can come and address the Honorable Court. And the matter was listed, and the Honorable Court accepted my request, and the matter was listed on 20th of May. For the first time in the Indian legal history, an order of civil court sealing an area was challenged, but ultimately the central government said that if this shivling is touched, there will be law and order problem in this country, and the order of sealing of Shivlingam remain intact. And first time in the Indian legal history, order of Civil Judge Senior Division was subsumed in the order of Supreme Court. And now this sealing order of this Wazoo tank is by the Supreme Court, and the order is dated 20th of May 2022. Now, what we did next? I'm telling you because this is a little sense of achievement for all of us. We filed an application before the Civil Court of Varanasi, and the Supreme Court also transferred the entire litigation from Civil Judge Senior Division to the District Court. And the District Judge now became the trial judge. So we filed an application before the trial court saying that this area where we have found Shivlingam must be investigated. And because if we want our right to worship, the first thing is that we want to get it investigated, because the other party is not believing it's a Shivlingam, they are saying it's a fountain. So we said through non-invasive method, this Shivlingam must be investigated. The trial court rejected our request on 14th of October 2022, saying that this area has been sealed by the Supreme Court, therefore we cannot interfere with it. We said it's an erroneous order. We challenged it in a civil revision petition before the Allahabad High Court. 20 hearings happened in the Allahabad High Court, and ASI submitted a report of 54 pages which said that yes, this Shivlingam can be investigated, and this also can be investigated, whether it's a Shivlingam or a fountain, and without even taking a particle we can do this. Allahabad High Court on 12th of May 2023 passed an order that yes, there should be an SI survey of the Shivlingam, and many people have doubts in the mind that this is not a Shivlingam, this is a fountain. Many people have doubts. So I must tell you, and if someone is having very rational thinking, suppose a Muslim also, he will say that okay, you are saying it's a Shivlingam, I am saying it's a fountain, let it be investigated. But can you imagine, against the order of ASI survey of the Shivlingam and the fountain, Shivlingam/fountain, who came in appeal in the Supreme Court? The Anjuman Intizamiya. Anjuman Intizamiya said that no investigation is required and this must not be investigated. It was the last working day of Supreme Court on 19th of May. The order of High Court was stayed by the Supreme Court on 19th of May, and it's going to come up on hearing on 30th of October, day after tomorrow. So we are going, I'm going today for preparations for this only. So the fact of the matter is, then what we did not rest our weapons. We said, all right, this Wazoo tank area, the order has been stayed by the Supreme Court, and when Supreme Court will give clearance, then only there will be an ASI survey. All right, let the other areas up. We said that let the other areas apart from the Wazoo tank be investigated. Can you imagine? Like this was a long demand of ASI survey, and I still feel that it's some dream or something, because we moved this application before the civil court again on 16th of May 2023. The reply came from Anjuman Intizamiya on 19th of May. The civil court went for vacations in the entire June. The matter was heard in July for 5 hearings, and the Honorable District Court of Varanasi accepted our request, and on 21st of July, ASI survey was ordered of the entire area excluding the Wazoo tank. Against that order of District Court Varanasi, again, the Anjuman Intizamiya went to the Supreme Court. Ideally, they should have gone to the Allahabad High Court. And the argument was that we did not have time to go to the Allahabad High Court. The distance of Allahabad High Court from Varanasi is 100 kilometers. And the distance of Supreme Court from Varanasi is 800 kilometers. So they came directly to the Supreme Court on 24th of May without even a petition on oral mentioning. And the Supreme Court stayed the order of the District Court Varanasi for 2 days, that is till 5 p.m. on 26th of May 2023, and said that you go and file an appropriate petition before the Allahabad High Court. That too after lot of our resistance that this cannot be entertained in the Supreme Court. They filed a petition before the Allahabad High Court on 25th of May 2023. The Allahabad High Court, 25th of July 2023. The order of District Court was of 21st of July 2023. The Supreme Court interfered on 24th of July. The matter was heard by the Allahabad High Court on 25th of July, 26th of July, 27th of July by the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court. The judgment was reserved, and on 3rd of August 2023, the Allahabad High Court said the order of District Court is valid and ASI survey must be conducted in the entire area excluding the Wazoo tank. This order of Allahabad High Court was pronounced at 10 a.m. on 3rd of August, and at 2 p.m. the Anjuman Intizamiya again approached the Supreme Court. And can you imagine, I was also started on 4th of August The Supreme Court also upheld the order of District Court and the Civil Court and the Allahabad High Court. So can you imagine, this is something unbelievable, that from 21st of July till 4th of August, within a span of 15 days, we won the demand of ASI survey from 3 courts. And today the ASI is conducting survey. There is a gag order which they have taken from the court that you should not tell what is happening in the ASI, and I'm just holding my hands and I'm not able to tell you what is happening in the ASI survey. But let me assure you that the ASI is going to file its report very soon, tentatively by 2nd of November, and it is going to be historic. I must also tell you that in Gyan Vyapi case, we are at the verge of victory. The moment ASI files its report, it will be a very fast track process, and we have all the clinching evidence, the historical records, the travel accounts, the gazetteers, the scriptural evidence, everything we will prove before the court by way of exhibits. This is a case which does not need much of oral evidence, because whatever has happened in 1670, no one can give oral evidence about it. Only it can be proved through historical records and ASI's evidences, which is an expert opinion under Section 45 of the Indian Evidence Act. But the fact of the matter is that then this case will have lot of progress. And now moving forward, I'll just take 5 minutes more. Okay. So in this context, what I was trying to narrate before you was, and demonstrate as a layman, was that Places of Worship Act 1991, we are understanding from the perspective of the media, the narrative which has been driven by the left liberals. What is written in the Places of Worship Act, we are not appreciating. What is written in Places of Worship, I believe, and I'm again reiterating, that Places of Worship Act must be repealed. But suppose the government does not repeal it and it remains in the statute books, what we as citizens can do, and what we did through our legal interpretation. We, in Kashi case, let me also tell you, in Kashi case, 50 hearings happened before the trial court, that whether Places of Worship Act is attracted or not. On 21st of September 2022, we won from the trial court of Varanasi, and the district court held that the Places of Worship Act and Waqf Act is not attracted in this case. Anjuman Intizamiya against this order went to the Allahabad High Court. 20 hearings happened before the Allahabad High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice J.J. Munir passed a judgment on 31st of May 2023, wherein he held that this case is not barred by Places of Worship Act and Waqf Act. So this biggest achievement I want to share with you, that when the government repeals the Places of Worship Act, it will repeal, that will be an ideal situation for all of us. But we must come up with this narrative that Places of Worship Act uses the word religious character. And religious character has to be determined in a trial, in a suit. For example, to explain my statement, for example, if I enter into a mosque and I put an idol there, will the religious character of a mosque change? The answer can be only one, that no, the religious character of the mosque cannot change. And vice versa, if someone enters into a temple and he offers namaz there, will the religious character of temple change? The answer can be only one, that no, the religious character of temple cannot change. So that's why, what is the religious character on 15th August 1947 has to be determined in suits. And let me tell you that we are not going to fight for only Kashi and Mathura. All the temples which were demolished in past by the invaders, we are going to fight one by one, very clinically, very professionally, and we will get it back. We will get it back. I have to brief you all about Mathura also. Everything will come on, everything is on our list, and we will clinically fight it. Each and every temple which has been demolished and which has been converted into a mosque, we will fight it and we will get it restored. And this fight is to give a message that even though you demolish our temple, even after 500 years, 600 years, Sanatanis will rise and will reclaim back whatever you have taken. And I don't want to hear any lecture on secularism, because Jews and Muslims are fighting on Jerusalem for 35 acres of land. And we are in the similar position of Jews in Kashi Vishwanath. The Jews there worship in the western side of the so-called mosque, and their stones are thrown upon them. And no UN and no country or no big nation in this world from past 2000 years are able to solve the issue of Jerusalem. At least we have a living example of Ram Temple, where the issue which was 500 years old was solved by the Indian judiciary, and on 22nd of January we are going to see a Bhav inauguration of Ram Temple. So if Ram Temple can be inaugurated and can be reclaimed, it can be done in the case of Kashi, Mathura and many more temples. Now moving forward to the case of Mathura. See, Mathura's case is a more stronger case than Ram Mandir and than Kashi. Because, let me tell you, ideally if you all would be landowners here who are sitting in front of me, so you will be having some piece of land, or there will be sale deeds and all. Ideally, what is the concept we have? That if we have a sale deed, you will have possession. In Mathura's case, ironically, we have the sale deed, they have the possession. Let me tell you how. See, the history of Mathura is like this, that the temple of Mathura had always been on the eye of various invaders, and it was demolished many a times in the past. But lastly, it was constructed by Raja Bir Singh Bundela by a cost of 33 lakhs, and it was demolished by Farman of Aurangzeb in 1670. And the Farman said that all the small and big idols must be put under the stairs of Begum Shahi Masjid of Agra, so that when they go and offer namaz, it can be continually trodden upon. So then there was a battle of Govardhan, which happened in 1770. That area was captured by the Maratha Empire, and the entire area was under the control of Maratha Empire. And let me also tell you, in 1670, Aurangzeb demolished a temple. There is no historical record of Aurangzeb constructing a mosque. Please remember this. Then in 1770, Maratha Empire took control of this area. Then in 1803, the East India Company took control of this entire Mathura district. And in 1815, an auction happened of this 13.37 acres of land. The entire land, which is very pious, and where we believe that the Karagar of Kans is there, where we believe that Lord Krishna self-incarnated himself, is in this 13.37 acres of land. And there was an auction by the British government, by the East India Company in 1815, and Raja Patnimal of Banaras purchased that entire land of 13.37 acres in auction purchase from the East India Company. In 1870, 10 rounds of happened with all of us. In the meantime, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya was a very important leader for all of us. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya had a vision that in Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi, a glorified temple, a lofty temple must be built. So he asked this 13.37 acres of land ownership from Raja Patnimal, the successors of Raja Patnimal. And 13,400 rupees was the cost which was fixed for this sale by the successors of Raja Patnimal to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Why 13,400 rupees? Because the successors of Raja Patnimal were having some loans, and Seth Jugal Kishore Birla said that I will pay that loan and you transfer this land to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. This sale deed happened in 1944. The entire land was transferred to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, and Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya constructed a trust, which the name of the trust is, please remember this name, Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust. This trust was formulated in 1950, thus, and in the meantime, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji expired. And in 1950, the trust deed says that the idea of the trust is to make a lofty Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi temple at the so-called area, and the temple is lying in the ruins, is recorded in the trust deed of 1950. Then, in 1958, a fake organization was formed. The name was very similar, and the name was Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Sangh. Now, interestingly, Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Sangh files a case in 1964, and they say that in certain sections of this 13.37 acres of land, the members of Muslim community and Shahi Idgah Masjid have taken possession. So kindly remove them. On 12th of October 1968, a compromise happened between Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Sangh and Shahi Idgah Masjid. And the compromise was that whatever you have entered into, you be there, and we will build the temple in the other parts of the 11 acres. So as of now, out of 13.37 acres of land, around 2.5 acres is in possession of Shahi Idgah Masjid, and that's the area where still the Karagar of Kans is. So then after a long time, when me and my father were researching about it, we went to the civil court of Mathura. We got those documents, the deed, because when we used to talk about this to various sections of the society, they used to say, what are you talking about, Krishna Janmabhoomi? Compromise has happened. Everyone used to say compromise has happened, compromise has happened, compromise has happened. So we got the original copy of the compromise, we got the original copy of the decree which happened in 1973. All the records were in such a dilapidated condition that I can't even tell you. Like if I would have given that to you, no one in this world I can guarantee can read it. So we took a lot of microscope, lenses and all, we read it, typed it, put it in a proper form. And then I just want to say, and I'm not here appreciating, like it's not an issue of what I have done or my father have done, but as a son, I'm just telling that my father has 47 years of legal career. Every day he has devoted to Sanatani cause. Till this very day, when we are debating here, talking here, that man is sitting in front of the system from 9 to 9, working on these issues. So it is his hard work, and I am not appreciating him as a son, but I am appreciating him as a lawyer. It is his hard work that he formulated all these things. And जैसे मैं इसको ऐसे समझाना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई चीज़ आपके सामने कोई आपको ब्रीफ करने वाला नहीं है, कोई आपको बताने वाला नहीं है कि यहाँ पे ऐसा हुआ है, ये उनकी अपनी तपस्या थी, जिन्हें उनको पता चला कि यहाँ पे फ्रॉड हुआ है. ये सिर्फ उनकी तपस्या थी. And we found that, ultimately what we found, that this entire land was given to Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust. The ownership of this land of 13.37 acres of land is with Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust. Who the hell is Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Sangh to file the case and enter into a compromise? It's like a movie which we saw in my childhood days, Bunty and Bubbly. Two fraudsters had sold Taj Mahal. So something like this has happened here. And then we took out judgments of the Supreme Court which said that fraud unravels everything. And if something has been achieved by fraud, you can challenge it at any point of time. So the compromise of 12th of October 1968 was challenged by us in the civil court of Mathura. And ultimately when that challenge happened, initially, can you imagine, we filed the suit for the first time in the Indian legal history. After 12th of October 1968, the suit was filed on 25th of September 2020. The civil court of Mathura rejected our suit at the threshold and said that Bhagwan Krishna ke asankhya bhakt hai. There are a lot of devotees of Bhagwan Krishna. If everyone will come to court, the judicial order will collapse. This judicial order did not collapse in CAA when 100 petitions were filed in the Supreme Court. But in Krishna Janmabhoomi case, if everyone starts coming to court, they said that judicial order will collapse. Ultimately, me and my father went for 45 hearings for appeal before the district court against the order of 30th of September 2020. And ultimately the order of the Civil Judge Senior Division was set aside. And after a lot of labor, our suit was registered. Then we then we filed a petition in the Allahabad High Court, because we understood that in civil court of Mathura, in civil court of Mathura, this can be never decided, because whenever we go from Delhi to Mathura,
side. So Shri S.R. Rao conducted India's first post-independence excavations, and one of the first cities that was unearthed was Lothal in Gujarat. So here is a man who has impeccable archaeological credentials. In 1985, he got funding to the tune of, I think, the grand sum of 80,000 rupees to conduct what was then India's first marine excavations. Where? Off the coast of Dwarka. Why? Because Shri S.R. Rao had read in the Mahabharata and then the Harivansh that how when the Yadavs went from Mathura to Dwarka, they found they did not have enough land. So Shri Krishna prays to Varun. Varun appears and he says, and Shri Krishna asks, I want some land. And he says, I will cede some portion of my waters to you. And then he calls Vishwakarma, and Vishwakarma extends the city. 36 years after the Kurukshetra war, Gandhari's curse takes place, and the Yadavs end up killing each other at Prabhas, and the city of Dwarka submerges itself. This was the myth we were told. So Shri S.R. Rao did marine excavations over a period of 4 years from 1985 to 1989. They found certain things, they photographed those things. They found the remnants of a city that had submerged roughly 3,500 years ago, including some toys, including door jambs, including a lot of artifacts that basically corroborated what had been written and described in the Mahabharata. A reasonable conclusion to draw would be that the events described in the Mahabharata as they pertained to Dwarka were based in fact. As with any narrative over a period of 3,500 years or longer, you are going to end up with some amount of creative, artistic descriptions, metaphors that will get added. To take a simple example, someone says he's strong as a bull. That is not a literal, that is not to be taken literally, right? You have the use of alankars. If a mother says my child has the face of a moon, seriously, it's not to be taken literally. Yet that is what is used to dismiss the Mahabharata as fiction. So that is one. The second one is that Shri B.B. Lal was, again, he was the Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, and in the 1970s, he took early retirement to spend the rest of his time in excavating sites in northern India, because until that point, all of the towns and places mentioned in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata were associated with towns that existed in modern India, but there was no connection with whether those towns were really the towns mentioned in those epics. So he went about excavating things, right from Kurukshetra, which by the way is the site of the Great War, and Kurukshetra has got a history that goes further back than the Kurukshetra war. So Meerut and Kanpur and Kurukshetra, he did his excavations, and also at Indraprasth, I mean basically the old fort area. And he found artifacts that were consistent, which are called the painted greyware artifacts, which are consistent with a period going back 3,500 years ago, roughly 3,500 years ago, which is also what Shri S.R. Rao had dated that the Kurukshetra war took place roughly 1500, 1600 BCE. Now, there is no consensus of when exactly that war took place, but one general date that a lot of scholars agree upon is 1500 to 1700 is when that war took place. So any reasonable conclusion would be that the events described in the Mahabharata are based on fact with artistic embellishments added over the last thousands of years. So that is one narrative. The second narrative that is really interesting is that the narrative of women in the Mahabharata. How many of you have heard of this phrase being used in a slightly pejorative sense? Arey badi sati savitri hai. You know, very pious, devoted woman is, in modern times, it is dismissed with this phrase sati savitri. We all know the basic story of Savitri, right? Savitri, Satyavan. Here is a woman. So we know the part where she goes and has this talk and walk with the Yam. But before that, Savitri was a very beautiful woman. She grew up as a very beautiful princess. Mahabharata tells us she was so beautiful that no prince of the land could muster up the courage to go and ask her father for her hand in marriage. So what does the father do? He says, go find a groom for yourself, and whoever you find, I will marry you to him. She goes out with a retinue and she comes back at a point where her father Ashwapati is in discussions with the sage Narad, and she says, I have found the man I want to marry, and his name is Satyavan. And Narad says, not a good choice. And Ashwapati is like, why? Is he not handsome? Is he not truthful? Is he not generous? Is he not brave? And he says, no, he is brave and generous like Shibi and everything. He has just got one fault. He is destined to die 1 year from now. Ashwapati says, no, my daughter, please, you can't marry him. Satyavati says, no, I have selected him as my groom. I am going to marry him. Ashwapati agrees to his daughter and marries the two. Is this consistent with the picture of society that we have been told, where women had no agency, they had no freedom, they had no independence, they were mere chattel? I don't think so. And then she doesn't stay as a helpless woman for that 1 year. When that 1 year period is over, she accompanies Satyavan to the forest. Inevitable happens. Satyavan falls down dead. Not Yamdut, but Yamraj comes, takes his soul, and starts to walk, and she walks with him. Now, here is a person who is literally walking with the god of death. How many of us would be able to summon up that courage? Yet she walks with him. He gives her boon after boon. Every boon that he gives her, 5 boons, 4 boons, he tells her, you can ask for anything except your husband's life back. 5th time when he gives her a boon, he says, no conditions, and she literally gets her husband's life back from the god of death. I don't know if that is not the definition of a strong woman, then who is? Shakuntala. The Shakuntala of Kalidasa is very different from the Shakuntala of Vyasa. So not only does she agree when when in sage Kanva's ashram, Dushyant comes, Shakuntala tells him her life story. She doesn't shy away that, no, I am Kanva's daughter, but I am not from him. I am from Menka and Vishwamitra. And when he says, I want to marry you, she agrees. She doesn't say that, no, I'll have to wait for my father. So there is also an example of a woman exercising her right. And according to the Gandharv rites, they are married. Now here is where the story is, how can you be a liar like that? And then he says, I don't know you, any woman can come and say that, they are my wife and all. Shakuntala turns and gives it back to Dushyant saying, if we want to compare births, who knows about your birth? I am the daughter of Vishwamitra and Menka. Comparing the two of us is like comparing a mountain with a bilwa seed. If that is not a woman of agency, courage, independence, I don't know what is. And yet we have been told that bechari, bebas, lachar, asahai, and we have been taught to believe that. So one of the purposes in writing this book was basically twofold. The first one was stick with the Vyasa Mahabharata. If anyone has one of the areas where a lot of people have questions or they fly into a rage, is if someone says that Karn was a coward. They don't like to hear that. So I've said, okay, here is where Karn runs away from battle. once and twice he runs away from battle, and here are the references. You can consult the Vyasa Mahabharat. Other was that wherever you have doubts, or I think some clarification should be needed, I've put in a reference to the Vyasa Mahabharat. You can go and consult the chapter and verse. But write it in a style that the modern reader would like to read. So that was my effort at fighting narratives.
So thank you, Avinav. That was really interesting. In fact, I would like to liken Rani Durgavati a little bit with some of these amazing women from the Mahabharata. One of the reasons why I have been so obsessed with Rani Durgavati is because she appeared to me to be the most modern medieval monarch I have ever come across. She marries, she's a Chandel princess. She's from impeccable Rajput lineage. She marries a tribal Gond prince against her father's wishes, runs away, marries him, is blissfully happy. He dies. There is pressure on her to commit sati. She fobs off a brother-in-law who's waiting in the wings. Her son is just about 3 or 5 years old, depending on which account you take. He's too small to become king. She wants to be regent. Her brother-in-law has the same idea, but she gets to talk to everybody in her husband's court and plays the game of real politics so effectively that the brother-in-law is forced to leave the kingdom, and as long as she's alive, he never sets foot in Garha again. She becomes the regent, and she rules the kingdom wisely and well, so well in fact, that her people 500 years later still call her not only the model monarch, but a goddess. But coming back a little bit to the narrative, I just want to compare what the lay person would know about this very, very underrated medieval monarch. If you go to Wikipedia, and I entreat you never to go to Wikipedia if you're doing your research, but if you do, you'll find that she's described in like 2-3 lines. She's a tribal Gond queen who was defeated in battle by Akbar's general Asaf Khan. Okay, there the matter ends. What they don't tell us is that in her 15 years as queen regent, Rani Durgavati faced more than 50 battles and remained unvanquished in all but the last battle. And even in the last battle, which was spread over 2 days, the first day she was victorious. The second, she was not, because her generals didn't listen to her tactical advice on warfare. They would have won if her generals listened to what she was suggesting. They didn't, and that's the reason why they lost. Remember, the tribal Gond army was no comparison to the Imperial Mughals. The Imperial Mughal army was much better trained. They had horses, they had cannons, which the Gonds did not. They just used terrain, and they used terrain so smartly and so effectively that the first day the Mughals were defeated. How do we know this? Again, I go back to primary sources. Abul Fazl himself says that at the end of the first day, more than 300 Mughal soldiers were martyred. This is his words. And remember, he will try to embellish it for his emperor. He's not going to want to make his emperor mad at him. He says this. The second day, they lose the battle because her generals don't listen to her. But what are we told? When we talk about Rani Durgavati, she is a footnote in the larger story of Emperor Akbar. And Emperor Akbar is one of the greats. We have Indian history is full of the greats. Ashoka the great, Akbar the great. They are all the greats, and they are all male. It's almost as if the women in Indian history did not exist. The truth is that Akbar was undoubtedly a very unusual medieval monarch. But here's the rub. He wasn't the only unusual medieval monarch. And if we look at Akbar's story, and I want to just read out a very short 2-3 lines from my book, which will tell you why I'm saying this. We tend to think of Akbar as this tolerant, very wise monarch, right? Which he was. But he became tolerant and wise 25 years after he became king. The early Akbar was neither very tolerant nor anywhere near the, benign monarch that Bollywood has popularized. He was nothing like that. He was very insecure. He was, by his own admission, a very staunch Muslim. And if we look at what he says, the reason for his expansionist policies, they are definitively based in jihad. I'm going to read out a short passage from the Fatnama-e-Chittor. The Fatnama-e-Chittor is an imperial farman announced after the siege of Chittor, which is the most brutal campaign Akbar has ever taken part in. Some 30,000 people were killed, out of them 27,000 were peasants. Okay? This is what Akbar says about why he attacks the Sisodias. This is dated 9th of March, 1568. This is just after he wins the siege of Chittor. We spend our precious time to the best of our ability in war or Gaza and jihad, and with the help of eternal God, who is the supporter of our ever-increasing empire, we are busy in subjugating localities, habitations, forts and towns which are under the possession of the infidels. May God forsake and annihilate all of them, and thus raising the standard of Islam everywhere and removing the darkness of polytheism and violent sins by the use of the sword. We destroy the places of worship of idols in those places and other parts of India. Unquote. This is Akbar's own words. This is him talking about why he's attacking Chittor. Remember that when Akbar first came to power, he was under the control of noblemen like Bairam Khan. After the fall of Bairam Khan, he was flip-flopping between appeasing the Sunni radicals in his court and trying to keep the Rajputs in his corner. After the siege of Chittor, there was no real need to give any carrots to the Rajputs because all the Rajput clans fell in line. So we see where something very interesting happening. We see in 1564, he abolishes jizya. In 1564, he also gives 200 bighas of free land to the Madan Mohan temple in Vrindavan. And then he goes and attacks Rani Durgavati, one of the last remaining big Hindu kingdoms in India. Same year. So he keeps flip-flopping. And then when Sheikh Abdul Nabi comes into the picture, latter part of the 1560s, the jizya comes back. And it is abolished only when Sheikh Abdul Nabi makes an exit towards the end of the 1570s. So Akbar's tolerance has to be seen in perspective. Let us look at Rani Durgavati. When we say that Akbar was tolerant and that he was okay with having people from Hindu clans, Rajputs, in his army, what did Rani Durgavati do? Before the Battle of Narayanala, one of the big battles she faced was with the Miana Afghans. She destroyed them in that battle. They were completely, thoroughly defeated. And they were so impressed with her battle strategies, they joined her army. Every single one of those generals, you know, I have the names, Shams Khan Miana, Mubarak Khan, Mia Bukhari Rumi, Khan Jahan Daki. There are a whole lot of these Miana Afghan generals who were her top generals. Every single one of them fought for her and lost their lives in the final battle of Narayanala. They would not have done it if they did not respect her, both as a leader and as a monarch. If that is not tolerance, I don't know what is.
I have one question. So here is, by primary historical accounts, a woman monarch who is exemplary and brave and resourceful and can command the respect. Why is she not a role model, a feminine role model?
Why indeed? So Rani Durgavati is interesting also because I like to think of myself as a feminist. And my idol is Rani Durgavati. Because if you look at her, she is a very strong woman. She is a monarch. She's running her kingdom. She's efficient. She's kind. She's benevolent. She's also a warrior. She's protecting her people. She's a perfect mother. She's a perfect wife, all of that. But a large part of her hagiography also talks about
her sacred duties. If we look at some of the books that were written during her time, both secular as well as religious literature, they talk about the number of temples that she consecrates, the number of months that she consecrates. And she's constantly connected to, including the Chaucer Yogini temple in Jabalpur, which is connected to her memory, the Pachmatha temple in Jabalpur, which is connected to her memory, the Bajnamat temple in Jabalpur, which is connected to her memory. All of these temples were very much a part of her sacred duties. Alongside her secular duty, she is also known as the Tal Talao Rani. She went and rejuvenated and dug so many lakes in the Jabalpur area, that Bawan Lake, Chausat Talao. So she became known as the Tal Talao Rani, she was a lady of the lakes. So secular public works, sacred works, both sides were equally balanced in her. She is not somebody who tries very hard to be a man. If you look at Rani Durgavati's contemporary pictures, this is her in her non-warrior role. You can see she's very feminine, she was known for her beauty, etc. But there is another picture of her, which I couldn't get, unfortunately, because it was so expensive, in the Akbarnama, where she's wearing the poshak, she's wearing chain mail, she has the naked sword in her hand. She is completely and utterly a warrior, a medieval warrior. So the two sides, this feminism and femininity, are perfectly balanced in her. And that, I think, is not maybe woke enough for her to become an icon.
So I'm probably putting words in your mouth, but you're saying according to the Western definition of feminism, a woman has to lose her femininity to become a feminine icon.
Yeah, well, we are constantly being told you shouldn't wear pink, you should not be so feminine, you shouldn't be a girly girl. It's not. And again, I would go back to the women in the Mahabharata. Why don't you talk a little bit about how they exemplify the Bharatiya version of feminism, as opposed to, the one that we import lock, stock, and two smoking barrels?
How many, you know the story of Kutch and Devyani, right? And after Kutch leaves back for the heavens, having taken the secret of Sanjeevani from Shukracharya, Devyani is heartbroken and all. And then comes Yayati. Okay. Around the same time, what happens is that Devyani and Sharmishtha get into a fight. Devyani is, by the way, Shukracharya's daughter. Sharmishtha is Vrishparv's daughter, who's the king of the Asurs. They get into a fight, and Sharmishtha pushes Devyani into a well. And Yayati comes along, and he sees, this lady fallen in a well, and he pulls her out, and he leaves. Now, according to some very popular storytellers, what happens is that because Yayati had touched Devyani's hand, she had to marry him. I won't name that person, that would be to lower the dignity of this stage and to dignify that person, but this is how we are told. What does the story tell us, right? So, Devyani is pulled out and she refuses to go back to her father's place. And Shukracharya comes running and he says, "What happened, my dear daughter?" And she says, "This is what happened and I'm not going back." Shukracharya says that I am also leaving this kingdom where my daughter is not going to be respected. And Vrishparv comes and he begs forgiveness, and Devyani says, "Not you. The deed was not yours, it was your daughter's. She has to apologize and she has to become my servant. And she will come with me, go wherever I go." And she agrees. Sharmishtha says, "I'm not going to jeopardize my father's kingdom for my mistake." So far, so good. Yayati again comes along, and Devyani says, "Fine, I want to marry you." Yayati says, "Not without your father's permission. I'm not going to incur a sage's wrath by, marrying without his permission." And Shukracharya gives her the permission. So first of all, here's another narrative. Devyani wasn't forced into marriage because Yayati touched her hand while pulling her out of the well. Why? There is so much of, I think, drama, so much of agency already in the women in the Mahabharata. Why do we have to create fake narratives? So anyway, my coming back to the story. So the two are married, Devyani and Yayati, and Sharmishta goes along with them. And here's where the delicious part comes in, befitting, I think, the best of the Saas Bahu serials. Shukracharya calls Yayati by the side and he says, my daughter is married to you. He says, Ji Gurudev. And he says, Sharmishta will also accompany her. He says, Ji Gurudev. And he says, don't call her to your room. Shukracharya knows how men are. But here is what happens. Devyani has a child, eventually. Sharmishta, for whom Yayati builds a nice palace outside the main palace in the gardens, she starts to think, okay, I also need to marry and have children. Where will I find a husband? Let's shorten the search. And she says, a friend's husband is like one's own husband. Literally, her own words. And she, how to say this? She basically seduces Yayati, okay. And she says that when Yayati tells her that I can't lie, she tells him it is perfectly okay to lie under 5 situations. One of them is when your riches are about to be lost, when your life is about to be lost. And one of the 5 reasons also given is when, at the time of marriage, uttering a lie is totally acceptable. The two are married and they have kids. Devyani has 2 kids. Sharmishta ends up having 3 kids, which is an inversion of the situation that happens with Pandu and Kunti and Madri. Now, here are 2 strong women. When Devyani finds out, she's again heartbroken and she confronts. Oh, by the way, Yayati doesn't confess that these are my children. So what happens is that one day, Devyani and Yayati go out into the garden, and there are Sharmishta's kids. And they come running, Papa, Papa. Yayati is tongue-tied. She figures out what's happened. Devyani and Sharmishta confront each other. This is the part that I love about the Mahabharata. When Devyani asks, how dare you? Sharmishta replies in a way, with a very straight face, matter-of-factly tone. You selected Yayati as your husband, so did I. And anyway, to conclude the story, what happens is that Shukracharya curses Yayati that you will lose your youth for, because of which you have become such a, characterless man. And he then says, but I have still not had my fill of youth. Dil mange more. So Shukracharya says, fine, if you can find someone who will exchange his youth for your decrepit old age, so, you can do that. And he goes to all of his 5 sons one by one. All of them refuse except the last one, Puru, who agrees. Yayati curses all his 4 sons, including Yadu, that your children will never become king, which is why Krishna was a Yadav, descended from Yadu, but never became the king. The youngest one, Puru, becomes the king. So, actually, I'll say one more, which is ego. Ego plays a big role in the Mahabharata. The bravest, biggest warrior in the Mahabharata is probably Bhishma, who gets into a fight with Parshuram over a woman that neither is interested in, by the way. Bhishma tells Parshuram, when Parshuram says that, fine, I will fight you, I will kill you. Bhishma is a young warrior at that point. He tells Parshuram, whoever Kshatriyas that you defeated and killed, they were there when I was not there, okay? And the two fight for, I think, 23 days, and Parshuram cannot defeat Bhishma. Amba then goes and does penance in the forest, and she gets a boon from Mahadev, that you will become the cause for Bhishma's death. Now here is the irony. A warrior who no one could defeat, who had a boon that he can choose his, the point and the time of his death, ends up on the 10th day of the Kurukshetra war falling to, in today's terminology, that would essentially be a transgender warrior. Shikhandi. So look at how egos are humbled in the Mahabharata. Each and everyone's ego is humbled. Arjun's Gandiv refuses to, he cannot even string the Gandiv 36 years after the Kurukshetra war, when he is escorting the women of the Yadav dynasty who are still left, and the thieves, robbers come and start to take the women away. He cannot even string the Gandiv. It falls to Vyasa to tell him, your time is up. Recognize that. So my whole point was that there is so much of captivating stories and lessons in the Mahabharata. I, for the life of me, cannot understand why writers have to distort the epic. Is it some sort of an expression of woke frustration? Is it a reflection of their own inadequacies as writers that they have to distort epics? There's another popular writer who writes, the Mahabharata that we have been taught is not what Vyasa's Mahabharata is. And I'm wondering, kaun si Vyasa Mahabharata that he has read that the entire world has not? Because here's the thing, of the 100,000 shlokas in the Mahabharata that we are told are traditionally ascribed to the Mahabharata, Vyasa never says which are his and which are later editions. All he says is that 24,000 shlokas were written by Vyasa, and then over a period of time, more stories were added to it, which increased the count to 100,000 shlokas. Vyasa has not said ki like ye mere hain and these are other shlokas. Yet scholars come up every few years that I will apply machine learning, statistical techniques, and I will tell you who wrote which one. Last point is that here is the beauty of the so-called scholarship. German Indologists said that we will tell you what the Gita is a later interpolation. Furthermore, we will tell you what are the original shlokas of the Gita and which were added by later Vaishnava devotees. 6 or 7 of them came up with their own numbers. One said only one shloka in the Gita is original. Another said 300 are original. Another said 55 are original. These are the scholars we are supposed to look up to who will come and tell us what our epics were. So you have the Vyasa Mahabharata. Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute came up with a critical edition in 1966. Read that, read the original if you can, in Sanskrit or in an Indic language or an English translation.
So, it's interesting you're talking about how the narrative gets skewed. And here I would sort of like to bring a comparison with another historical figure who was Rani Durgavati's contemporary. And I'd like to sort of just quickly tell this story just to show how much the narrative gets skewed. So Rani Durgavati's kingdom in Garha Mandala or Garha Katanga, was surrounded by a bunch of neighbors who were nothing short of baying jackals. One of them, the most bloodthirsty one, was a gentleman called Baz Bahadur. Baz Bahadur was the ruler of Malwa, and today if you go to Mandu, you will see this very beautiful palace that he built for his paramour, for his girlfriend slash queen, Roopmati. So the legend of the love of Baz Bahadur and Roopmati is very, very well entrenched, and the entire Song and Light show in Mandu is all about this story. Okay, so this is the narrative. Baz Bahadur was a lover, he loved music, he fell in love with Roopmati. Roopmati wanted to see river Narmada, and so he built this palace for her next to the river. And that makes Baz Bahadur out to be some kind of a Bollywood, ashik. Let's see what history actually says. So it's true that Baz Bahadur fell in love with Roopmati. We don't really know whether Roopmati fell in love with him, which is in direct contrast to what happened with Durgavati and her husband Dalpati. They definitively fell in love with each other. In this case, the king falls in love with this girl who's very beautiful, sings like a nightingale, brings her over, builds her this golden cage, the palace in Mandu. And then what happens? So Akbar's milk brother, Adham Khan, decides that Malwa is way too rich to be ignored by the Mughal army.
And also he finds out about Roopmati, how beautiful Roopmati is. So he says, oh, acha hai, you know, this is a good way to get my hands on both Malwa's legendary wealth and the beautiful Roopmati. So Adham Khan attacks Malwa. Baz Bahadur, who just before that had been definitively defeated by Rani Durgavati and was so sad and so ashamed that he immersed himself in wine and song, quote unquote Ferishta, very Bollywood of him. He now gets defeated again. Clearly he was no soldier. So he's once again defeated by Adham Khan's army. What does he do to his beloved? He abandons her and runs away. Okay? Baz Bahadur, yeah. Baz Bahadur. He abandons his wife slash beloved and runs away. What happens to Roopmati then? Adham Khan enters the seraglio. Roopmati consumes poison and dies. Okay? What does Baz Bahadur do now? Interesting man, is he not? He lands up at the doorstep of Rana Uday Singh, the Sisodias, in Chittor, bringing Akbar's attention onto Chittor. Okay? Of course, Akbar had been planning to take on the Sisodias for a while. This was one more tick in the box. After the fall of Chittor, Baz Bahadur resurfaces again, this time as a courtier in Akbar's court, where he is very well known for a new kind of music which is known as Baz Khani. Very interesting man, I have to say. So he runs away from his own kingdom, abandons his wife and beloved, goes to the Sisodias, brings the marauding Mughal army to their doorstep, runs away again, and finally turns up at Akbar's court as a musician par excellence. And yet, how do we remember him? As the perfect lover, and Ashik, and his Mashuk is Roopmati. This is how the narrative gets skewed. And this is the story that, we are being fed, when the reality really is that Baz Bahadur was a feckless character who was no good at the battlefield and therefore lost his kingdom and his wife. And we have no business eulogizing him. No. No. No, Light and Sound show is about the love story. But the love story is, that's what I'm trying to say, that the love story is a bit of, exaggeration. It's a bit of, it's fiction, basically. We don't even know if Roopmati was in love with him.
So just to add on to you, Nandini ji, I was there in the Mandu Port only a month back. Surprisingly, the ASI guides, ASI certified guides are exactly speaking the same story that...
Yeah, because this story has been recorded by people like Ferishta. There is a primary reference to it. And if you look at the contemporary sources, people like Abul Fazl and Ferishta and other people who are writing at that time, Baz Bahadur comes out really badly. He is seen as feckless, he is seen as useless, a man who's given to wine and song and not fit to rule. That's the kind of picture that you get of him. And then 5 centuries later, he goes through this kind of, spin doctoring makeover and becomes this lover boy whom we are all eulogizing. This is how the narrative changes.
On a slightly flippant note, I think Baz Bahadur looks to be the exemplar of a lot of modern day politicians, if I may add. But I think that's a very interesting point you made, which is that when you have fake narratives and mythology being built, it serves two things. First of all, the obvious one is that we are being taught wrong or false history. The second, and I think the more insidious damage that it does, is that it reduces the space and the public attention from actual facts, because we as humans have a finite capacity to pay attention. And if 90% of the things being presented to us are of a certain narrative, we are, by human nature, we are not going to look at the 10%. In other words, we are not going to look at what we are being shown. Rarely do we ask ourselves to question, what is it we are not being told?
Okay, so we've just been informed that our time is up. If there are any questions, we would love to take them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for clarifying that feminism
See, I think we should always look at history. And I would like to think that there is this great churn happening. There is a whole new narrative of history that is coming up. If you look at our history, look at the kind of women that our history has had. I mean, Rani Durgavati is one, but there are so many others. There's Rani Ahalyabai, there's Rudrama Devi, there's Abakka Chauta. There are so many. There's Prabhavati Gupta, there is Didda. There are hundreds and hundreds of amazing queens. And their agency, their strength tells you that we could not have had a regressive patriarchal setup if these women were doing so well. We could not have. You know, the truth is, if you look at medieval Europe, before Tudor England sees Elizabeth coming in, you see the number of sassy queens they had. You look at us, that tells you the story. If you really have a regressive social structure, you wouldn't have these women doing so well.
No, I mean, I think you raised a very important point, which is that the context matters. You cannot pick out lines from the epics, from the texts in isolation. You have to look at the context, which is what any academic will also say. But unfortunately, when it comes to the other side, it becomes fashionable to take one line out of context and present it as being representative of an entire faith.
Okay, I'm violating my own rule of only questions, no observations. But this is very important. Talking about light and sound show, there is a light and sound show in Ojha, which tells you the story of the temple. But there is this absolutely fake story of one of Aurangzeb's daughters dressing up as a man and riding to Ojha to save the Ram temple from her father's wrath. And this is told in the light and sound show, okay, Aurangzeb's daughter. Yeah, and I searched high and low for references and I found a lot of material on the internet, but it all says legend says. Kaun si legend bhai? Source kya hai? What is the contemporary source? No one says that. Somebody gave this. Yeah, it's absolute nonsense. Yeah.
This is very...
But you know, Shefali ji, I want to say something here. It's very interesting you're talking about Aurangzeb's daughter, because when I was researching for Rani Durgavati, I was also looking at a lot at folk tales and folk traditions of the region. And there is a very well-known secular Hindi book written in the 16th century called Chimni Charitam. In Chimni Charitam, Chimni is a Mughal princess / Aurangzeb's daughter, and she falls in love with a Gond prince, Hirday Shah, who's a actual later Gond ruler. She falls in love with him, they run away, Aurangzeb comes and attacks him, then there is this ding-dong battle that happens, and finally Chimni goes and tells her father that please let my husband go or whatever, and he finally pardons them and goes back. So there is a tradition. Orcha is very close to, not very far from Jabalpur. I think that region has a kind of fictional tradition involving a Mughal princess's love for a character, for a local Raja.
Okay, no, again, I just want to say something since we are talking about it. The fault lies in us, is that these light and sound shows are given to people, and usually Bollywood people. So they don't have it, because I know I've given a voiceover for lots, and Paresh has done the Somnath voiceover. So that's what happens. And that's where we have to take a step and say, no, this is wrong.
True, true.
As a garrison to keep control on the entire Malwa belt.
Yeah, that's what I mean by narrative being, hijacked and turned into something else. Thank you very much. A big thank you to Western Ghats. This has been a wonderful experience. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shefali.
Thank you, Western Ghats, for this invitation, and thank you for being such a lovely audience.
Thank you, ma'am and sir, for the enlightening and informative session. I call upon Srimati Uma Shri and Lalita Ramaswamy to come up to the stage to felicitate. Srimati Kavita Palanisamy to come up to the stage to felicitate. Next up, I would like to call our founder himself, S. Jagannathan ji, to address the gathering.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm at severe loss of words, given the in-depth sessions that we have sat through the day, starting from Anand Ranganathan ji, Shefali ji, Vishnu Shankar ji, Professor Sir, all of you. I mean, it's been a very, very awe-inspiring day. First and foremost, I want to pay my respects to Professor Kanagasabapati sir, my mentor. Sundar Ramachandran sir, Shefali Vaidya ji for making this happen. My colleague and partner Saravana Kumar ji, and my family, my wife and children, and all friends and my guests and friends from the Verandah Club. Thank you so much again for making this a very successful day one. I'm just wanting to tell a story from Ramayana which inspires us, me in particular. Lord Rama, when he was preparing to go to war to Lanka, he ordered the Vanarasena to build the bridge to go to Lanka and wage war against Ravana. And this is exactly the time when, there was thousands of force, battalion of Vanaras who were cutting and, making shape of the rocks, boulders and moving it. And they were doing a very wonderful job. A lot of hard work, obviously. And on one day, Rama noticed a squirrel which was carrying a few pebbles in its mouth and trying to put here and there. And there was this, Vanaras were mocking at the squirrel. But Rama, being the Lord himself, he noticed the humble contribution and called the squirrel and called the Vanaras and said, "Don't mock the squirrel. It is doing its duty. Look at the blocks of stones. It is being held because of the small pebbles that are being done." So most of you, I reply, squirrels of Dharma. So this is the story which inspires all of us. Thank you. And I want to show a small 5-minute video of the Verandah, journey of the Verandah Club, post which there is a Bharatanatyam performance by Jayanti Ramachandra ji's children, and followed by dinner And tomorrow, again, exciting lineup of programs we have. So over to the audio visual. Verma did pat the squirrel, and the squirrel got 3 lines, which is the indelible mark, which reminds us that duty, however small or big, is respected and recognized. So that is the 3 lines that you see on the Indian palm squirrel.
Once upon a time, in the heart of our nation, a humble gathering was born. It was the beginning of an extraordinary journey, one that we are privileged to share with you today at the second edition of the Western Ghats Lit Fest. In the peak pessimism of COVID-19, a group of people felt that there were numerous untold stories but hardly anyone to tell them. There were a very few who made a great contribution to the narrative of civilization, setting them up an inspiration. Those individuals felt the need to tell the civilizational stories, the stories of Bharat, to a wider audience. Gathered on a portico that very day, they felt like a tight-knit tribe wanting the same thing. The tribe and the portico became synonymous with the veranda and a club. Thus, the Veranda Club was born. Initially, it started off as an online portal, magazine dedicated to sharing stories of Dharma, civilization, valor, heroes, goddesses, gods, birds, creatures, and their legendary acts that immortalize them to become legends, to inspire, to invoke, to tell stories for several millennia to come. It all began in October 2020 on the auspicious day of Vijayadashami, marking the birth of our monthly magazine, unveiling its inaugural edition. This marked the beginning of magazine's monthly publication, focusing on articles intertwined with Indic thought. By August 2021, they recognized the need to expand beyond the magazine format. This led to the launch of an online program called Filter Coffee Sessions. Additionally, the Veranda Club organized a physical book launch of India That is Bharat by J. Sai Deepak in Coimbatore.
I've had the pleasure of launching my book here as part of my countrywide book tour, and I'm happy to note that the kind of questions that I have received is reflective of the serious depth of thought that runs across the strain of Coimbatore.
This marked a significant moment in Veranda Club's history as author interactions and book launches became regular online events. In November 2021, the Veranda Club hosted another physical book launch of Retaining Balance by M.R. Venkatesh in Coimbatore, further enriching their journey. With chapters gurus and city chapters thriving, the Veranda Club was swiftly entering the second year of its yatra. In May 2022, Srimati Shefali Vaidya, the chief curator of Western Ghats Lit Fest, inspired Team Veranda to organize a literary festival, a long-cherished dream of the Veranda Club founders. Preparations were underway for the momentous event, the Western Ghats Lit Fest, held in Coimbatore on October 8th and 9th of 2022. It proved to be an action-packed and informative cultural saga embraced by all. In Jan 2023, the Veranda Club continued its expansion under the leadership of Chairman Professor Kanagasabapati and chief mentor Sundar Ramachandran. With the founder S. Jagannathan and director N. Saravanakumar, the Veranda Club had a new team that remained steadfastly committed to its cause. Following the success of the Western Ghats Lit Fest, which is primarily an English literary festival, the founders and organizers felt the need for a Tamil literary festival, giving birth to Konga Tamil Sangamam in April, which left a lasting impact, well conceived, curated and put together by the visionary chairman, Professor Kanaga Sabapati. The first edition of Konga Tamil Sangamam was conducted on the 16th of April at Coimbatore, featuring about 8 thought-provoking sessions with the culmination of native Oyilatam, which was highly appreciated by one and the all. Today, as we pause to reflect on 3 years of passion, creativity and community, we do so as storytellers, as humble narrators of the story that continues to evolve. This is the Veranda Club, where ideas meet action and connections like the ones we share today become timeless chapters in our shared narrative. Now, as we step into the 4th year, the Team Veranda Club feels the need to go beyond the literary sphere and explore the cultural aspects of Bharat and weave them into stories, events, programs, and present the right narrative for you to savor and salute. Anticipated events for the upcoming year are on the horizon. Join us. Come sit on this divine veranda with us as we embark on this new chapter and salute.
On the Vijayadashmi day, we completed 3 years of our existence. And as we step into the year 4, we have a number of ambitious projects lined up. We seek your blessings to make it a reality for the larger cause and the larger good of Dharma and our civilization. Some of it, we can give you a broad outline. We have a project Littles coming up, which is a literary festival for little school children between 6th and 11th standard, because that is a space which needs, because we have to constructively engage with children so that, as we saw what wokeism does, cultural Marxism does, so constructively we need to take our stories and reach it to the younger generation. We also have a leadership summit program, which is the Artha Shastra, which would involve budding politicians and budding businessmen alike, not on political ideology, but on the vision of Bharat. Vision of Bharat that they have. They cannot come and talk politics, but they have to present the vision of Bharat. If it is healthcare, they have to tell the vision of healthcare, infrastructure, things like that. So a lot of things are in the pipeline, and we look forward. And of course, Kongu Tamil Sangamam and Western Ghats Lit Fest will remain our flagship events and be etched in memory and continue to do good work with the good support of Professor Sir and Shefali ji, Sundar Sir, and all of you. And a round of applause for Vignesh, who's our special correspondent, who has done this audio visual. A very dedicated guy. Yesterday was his birthday also. Thank you. And tomorrow, for now, next we have Bharatanatyam performance by Jayanti Auntie's children, and followed by the dinner. Request you all to join. And tomorrow morning we start at 8:45 because a series of programs are lined up, starting with Bharat Fast Forward, a panel discussion with Anand ji, Shefali ji, Rohan Dua ji, and then Nanda Kumar ji through the day. And then evening we have a solid valedictory program with Professor Sir and Dr. Anirban Ganguly coming in. And of course, Shehzad Poonawala on 9 years of transforming India. Thank you.
After a long time of feasting our minds, now it's time to take a step back and enter the mesmerizing world of Bharatanatyam, presented by the talented students of Guru Jayanti Ramachandran's esteemed Chandran Academy of Fine Arts. Today, we are privileged to witness a captivating dance performance that transcends boundaries and celebrates the rich cultural heritage of India.
நான் ஜெயந்தி பேசுகிறேங்க.
Hello, hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very pleasant surprise for me because I really didn't know what was the content of the whole thing. I know there was a lot of literature and many things, but so focused towards taking our culture in its purity for whatever it is really meant, and the discussions that were going around. I was really taken aback to the extent of research and the volumes of literature that's being used. I'm not a big reader, and I'm promising myself that I need to do it from now on. I want to thank Jagannathan and his partner, I'm sorry, I'm very bad in names, for giving us this opportunity amidst all of this august presence of literate people, truly literate in the sense of culture and things that are good, things that were really the roots, and people who are focused to bring the roots in its true sense. That being said, I think in the name of bringing roots and culture, lot of twists happen, and that was so focusedly talked today. Today, I have researched on Prabandham. It's these are Tamil works written by saints, 64 of the Shaivite saints and 12 of the Vaishnava saints. I've picked Tirupati as the subject, and I researched on the Prabandhams that were written on Tirupati. To me, Tirupati and the research of this was a very, very big opening process where you see the literature and the poet, the glory of the way the poetry is written, and the way it is interpreted to like what you were all talking. There's so much essence to what it is talked, but there is also so many people who have brought it out in their own overlays of what they think. So I have done my small bit of bringing out some parts of what Tirupati and the Prabandham says, very small. Basically, Tirupati and Tiruvenkatam, or the Lord of Balaji, is a huge, you can't say personality, is a huge phenomena. And what is it about? All of us, the souls, have to move towards the Paramatma. And all the songs and everything goes in different versions, bhakti and shringara and even anger and fights. All of it just to remind us that there is a superpower and we all have a goal to go. Move around this wheel of birth, and the final path and the target where we go is the superpower. So, and a lot of the songs are very much around the beauty and the nature of Tirupati. Many of the alvas talk about them seeing the Lord or the superpower in the waterfalls, in the beautiful trees, in the flowers, and the ponds and the animals and everything, and also with the Lord. So we are presenting this Tirupati Prabandha Seva of Tirupati through our Natya. I come from a background of a very strong Bani called the Valuvur Bani. I've been with the Valuvur Acharyas for more than 4 centuries, 40 years. And so I've tried to fit my choreography into the framework of the Natya Shastra taught to me by my gurus. It is a bit traditional, and I hope all of you enjoy it. You can see that the nuances are very subtle, and it comes out from the Natya to give some peace and happiness to the people who watch. That's what it's meant to be, and I hope we do a decent job of what we can. We start with our traditional Thodaya Mangalam. My gurus are from the village Valuvur, and the residing deity is Jnana Sabesa. We always sing a thanksgiving, a prayer, and a request of blessings for the program and the goodness to all. Every time we start with that Thodaya Mangalam, and then we go ahead with a Mallari. Mallari is a traditional form of procession music. It's always done when gods are carried around in procession. First there is the Nadaswaram, the music procession, and always dance is behind. So I have choreographed this Mallari, and we have used one Prabandham, which is Poigai Alvars, Eluvar Vidai Kolvar. Tiruvenkamalai, that is the Tulasi basil garland of Tirupati, is the one that is medicative to lead us towards thinking of goodness and purity. He says, those who meditate upon Tiruvenkatam, those who offer intense love, and those who have immersed themselves into the great ocean of Tiruvenkatam, they all offer their prayers to this basil garlanded Perumal, and when we do it, he blesses us by removing all our karmas and leading us to the path of eternal bliss. So we will start with this Mallari and this small prayer.
जय सूद पुरीवास जय सूद पुरीवास जय महा ज्ञान सबेश जय गज संहारेश जय कृतिवासेश जय जय श्री कृतिवासेश्वर ऋक जय मंगलम श्री कृतिवासेश्वर ऋक जय मंगलम ஸ்ரீபாலா குரம்பிகைக்கு ஸ்ரீபாலா குரம்பிகைக்கு சுபமங்களம் பஞ்சபிரம்ம தீர்த்தகர்த்தருக்கு நித்ய மங்களம் பஞ்சபிரம்ம தீர்த்தகர்த்தருக்கு நித்ய மங்களம் பக்த சுவாமிநாதருக்கு பக்த சுவாமிநாதருக்கு கிருபை செய்ய நித்ய மங்களோ ஸ்ரீ கிருத்திவாசேஸ்வரருக்கு ஜெய மங்களோ ஸ்ரீ கிருத்திவாசேஸ்வரருக்கு ஜெய மங்களோ तत्तजं ततकतां तत्तां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकतां तत्तां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकतां तत्तां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकतां ततां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकतां ततां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकतां ततां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकता ततां तत्तणतजं ततकता रिजसनि तत्तजं ततकता ततां तत्तणतजं ततकता Riza zani tatajam da tagatam tadam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tadam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tadam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagatam tadam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tatam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tatam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tatam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani tatajam da tagata tatam da tarnatajam da tagata. Riza zani venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame 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 Dimi tata dimi pani pata kita gamarisa tadi gidna tom sani bama tadi gidna tom dimi tata dimi pani pata kita gamarisa tadi gidna tom sani bama tadi gidna tom venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame 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 tum tatam tata janu tata dim tagita riza nipa pama riza tadingina tum tatam tata janu tata dim tagita riza nipa pama riza tadingina tum venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame venkatame venkatame
Talang kutaka digutaka tadigena tum tata ding nam tari kutata jana kukukutat kukuta ding ding gudigunna kukutat tata ding nam tari kutata jana kukukutat kukuta ding ding gugunna tatu tata jam jam tarita tajam jam tarita tajam jam tarita tajam jam tarita tata jana kutata dim taka taki takiradakarigum taki takiradakarigum kiradakaki takiradakarigum
venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame venkatame venkatame Tirumalai Tiruvenkatame எழுவார் விடை கொள்வார் ஏன் துழாயானை வழுவா வகை நினைந்து வைகள் தொழுவார் வினை சுடரை நல்து விக்கும் வேங்கடமே வானோர் மனச்சுடரை தூண்டும் மலை மனச்சுடரை தூண்டும் மலை மனச்சுடரை தூண்டும் மலை வேங்கடமே வேங்கடமே திருமலை திருவேங்கடமே வேங்கடமே வேங்கடமே திருமலை திருவேங்கடமே
Now we go on to a Sabdam format of the Bharatanatyam Margam. Here, I have taken a pasuram from Tirumangayalvar. He says, he keeps directing to his mind and trying to woo the mind to go towards Tirupati, to go towards the hills. While doing so, he speaks the greatness of the Lord, talking about all the events where the Lord has actually won over the evil demons. All of these instances really note to a human mind all the different negativities and aspects that happen to everybody mentally, and the Lord is the only resource. When we yield, he fights and wins over. So here we have three instances in a drama format, which is called Sanchari. The first one is Bakasura, where a demon comes in the form of a crane wanting to destroy little Krishna. And then the second stanza we talk about Putana, who in the form of wanting to feed little Krishna has ulterior intentions, but Krishna knows more than Putana can dream. And then we also have that tree felling instance where little Krishna's pranks are a little bit too much for Mother Yashoda. She ties him up and then he pulls the pestle, the rock, and moves and falls the tree. The purpose was to give moksha to the two people. So these are the instances we make into a Sanchari format in this Sabdam. I have taken the Prabandham and formatted into a Margam of a Sabdam. It is Kongalarnda Malar, and it was music formatted by Shri R.K. Sriram, a very popular and famous vintage violinist. And we take the music from him, and we really want to represent his name here and thank him for this.
தத்தையாதி தத்தையாதி தத்தாம் தளங்குதும் ததுங்கிணதும் ததணதல் தண தஜொனு ஜில்திமி சஜ்ஜம் தணகிட ததிம் திமி கிட தகத கிட தரிதாம் தத்தத்னா தரணதல் தண ததினு தில்திமி தஜோ தணகிண தத்யோ திமி கிட தகத கிட தரிதாவே தத்தத்தா கொங்கலந்த மலர் குருள்டம் ஒசித்த கோவலல் எம்பிர குங்கலந்த மலர் குருள்டம் ஒசித்த கோவலல் எம்பிரான் குங்கலந்த மலர் குருள்டம் ஒசித்த கோவலல் எம்பிரான் சங்கு தங்கு தடங்கடல் தூயில் கொண்ட தாமரை கண்ணினல் பொங்கலல்த மலர் குருள்டம் ஒசித்த கோவலல் எம்பிரா சங்கு தங்கு தடங்கடல் தூயில் கொண்ட தாமரை கண்ணினல் பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் செங்கையல் திளைக்கும் சுனை திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் செங்கையல் திளைக்கும் சுனை திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் பொங்கு புள்ளினை வாய்ப்பிளர்ந்த புராணர்த்தம் இடம் பொங்கு நீர் செங்கையல் திளைக்கும் சுனை திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே 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 தளங்குதும் ததுங்கிணதும் தாக்கிண்ண தத்தக்கிண்ண தக்கிடதக தரிகிடதும் தாக்கிண்ண தத்தக்கிண்ண தக்கிடதக தரிகிடதும் பள்ளியாவது பார்க்கடல் பள்ளியாவது பார்க்கடல் பேமுலை வள்ளியாவது பார்க்கடல் அரங்கம் இறங்கவல் பேமுலை 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 பள்ளியாவது பார்க்கடல் அரங்கம் இறங்கவன் பேமுலை பிள்ளையாய் உயிருள்ள எல்தை பிரானவல் பெருகும் இடம் பிள்ளையார் உயிருள்ள எல்தை பிரானவல் பெருகும் இடம் வெள்ளிய கரிய மணி நிறவண்ணல் என்றெனி நாள்தோறும் தெள்ளியார் வணங்கும் மலை திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே வெள்ளிய கரிய மணி நிறவண்ணல் என்றெனி நாள்தோறும் தெள்ளியார் வணங்கும் மலை திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே 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 தளங்குதும் ததிங்கிணதும் தக்கிண்ண தக்கிண்ண ஜேகுணோ தரி தக்கிண்ண தக்கிண்ண ஜேகுணோ தரி நில்ரமா மருதீற்று வீழ நடந்த நில்மல நேமிய நில்ரமா மருதீற்று வீழ நடந்த நில்மல நேமிய நில்ரமா மருதீற்று வீழ நடந்த நில்மல நடந்தனில் மலநேமிய நில்ரமா மருதீற்று வீழ 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 நடந்தனில் மலநேமிய எல்றும் வானவர் கை தொழும் இணை தாமரை அடியும் பிறா எல்றும் வானவர் கை தொழும் இணை தாமரை அடியும் பிறா கல்று மாறி பொழில்திட கடிதா நிறை கிட நீக்குவார் சென்று குல்றம் எடுத்தவள் திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே கல்று மாறி பொழில்திட கடிதா நிறை கிடர் நீக்குவார் சென்று குல்றம் எடுத்தவள் திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே 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 தளங்குதும் ததிங்கிணதும் தக்கிண்ண தக்கிண்ண ஜே குணோ தரி தக்கிண்ண தக்கிண்ண ஜே குணோ தரி பார்த்தக்காய் அன்று பாரதம் பார்த்தக்காய் அன்று பாரதம் கைசி தீட்டு வெல்ற பரல் சுடர் பார்த்தக்காய் அன்று பாரதம் கைசி தீட்டு வெல்ற பரல் சுடர் பார்த்தக்காய் அன்று பாரதம் கைசி தீட்டு வெல்ற பரல் சுடர் கோத்தங்காயர்த்தம் பாடியில் குறவை பிணைந்து என் கோவலன் கோத்தங்காயர்த்தம் பாடியில் குறவை பிணைந்து என் கோவலன் கோத்தங்காயர்த்தம் பாடியில் குறவை பிணைந்து என் கோவலன் ஏத்துவார்த்தம் மனத்துள்ள இடவேந்தை மேவிய எவ்விரான் தீர்த்த நீர்த்தடம் சோலை சூழ் திருவேங்கடம் மடை நெஞ்சமே ஏத்துவார்த்தம் மனதுள்ள இடவேந்தை மேவிய எம்பிரான் தீர்த்த நீர்த்தடம் சோலை சூழ் திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே 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 தளங்குதும் ததிங்கிணதும் தத்தின்னம் தரிகிடதக தகதின்னம் தரிகிடதக தத்தின்னம் தகுந்தரிகிடதக தகதின்னம் தகுந்தரிகிடதக திந்தின்னம் திமிகிடதக தக்கிடதக தரிகிடதும் தக்கிடதக தரிகிடதும் தக்கிடதக அடை நெஞ்சமே திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே திருவேங்கடம் அடை நெஞ்சமே.
After this Guru Sishya Rasa, where the poet is trying to direct to go to the Lord, we move on to see some Shringara. Shringara is said to be the most intense emotion. A Sishya comes to a Guru by selection. The mother and child are universally decided. So Vatsalyam and Guru are all happen. Shringara happens between two souls. It's not predictable. There is no predestination to the emotions. It happens, and when it happens, it is intention. So is described the emotion of Shringara. The Nammalvar, the most famed Vaishnava saint, decides to emote himself as a love-lost maiden in a very, very highly philosophical poetry called Thiruviruttam. In Thiruviruttam, he brings many events in bits and pieces. It's very puzzling to people when we take it out. There's a lot of disconnect, but there is a huge, deep connect. It's all about a love-lost maiden and the hero. The hero many times gets mixed between, is there a real hero who together are seeking the blessings of the Lord, or is Lord himself the hero? And there is the mother, a stepmother, there are astrology, a lot of sequences and drama. All of this depicting an inner secret, a very, very deep philosophy. They also say this is a form of Rigveda. It is taken from Rigveda. The poet writes, Thiruviruttam is written in the time of Sangam period. And the literature and the grammar of Tamil is very deep. But in all of that, he is talking about us, the soul, and the one Lord, the superpower. So we have taken 3 episodes. In one, we see Nammalvar pining for Thiruvenkata. So the heroine, the Nayiki, is waiting. In Sangam period, there is always this hero who has to go out and prove his merit. He has to go out and make money, wage war, all prowess to prove him being a big man. But they always come back during the rainy season. So the heroine imagines the Kar Kalam, the rainy season, the clouds being heavy and dense, and wondering why, even if it is so, her love, her hero hasn't been back. While she's waiting, immersed in the pangs of love and separation, the bushes of Tulasi remind her of the garlands of her hero. She decides to make a garland in preparation to welcome her hero. While she is in the process of doing the garland, she gets immersed into the scene of Venkateshwara actually coming to her, picking up the garland and giving her a beautiful darshan. she imagines him to embrace her while she wakes up to reality. It's so true in life, right? All of our lives and instances, we've always carried about by many things, Maya. So now the heroine wakes up to reality, finds her Sakhi and asks her, where is he? So Sakhi tries to give few equations and she listens to the neighbors and people around, and then she realizes, seeing what she's seeing, hearing what she's hearing, she realizes her Lord actually is just duped her to say that he is going to be back. But he is residing at Tirupati, collecting a lot of money. The inner meaning of it is the Lord is waiting at Tirupati to give out knowledge and moksha. And the heroine is waiting to reach that bliss. The second episode is about sometimes we bhaktas pine for the Lord. And Nammalvar at a point says, I don't think I'm capable of coming to you. I'm giving up. You have to come to me. When there is bhakti and there is intensity in it, the Lord also steps down. He imagines the Nayaka, the Lord, coming in search of the Nayaki. So the second episode is when it is Kurinji Nilam, and the Tirupati is full of mountains, and the girls, the friend and the Nayaki go to look after their crops of Jowar and Thinai Punam. They call it Thinai Punam. And while they're looking after their crops, they're enjoying driving away the birds and all the peacocks and everything that comes. Because it also serves the Nayaki to distract herself from the pangs of separation. The Lord then comes. There is a lot of ambiguity about, is it the Lord, is it the hero? But the hero comes, tries to distract the Sakhi and tells her that he's here and he's deeply in love with her friend, the heroine, asking her to carry this message of his presence. While the Sakhi understands and goes to say that, they fall into their own world, missing the point of the hero coming. Like what happens in the world, we have small lights of blessings or enlightenment, but we still get back into the world, in the ocean of samsara. So Nammalvar in the small instant tries to remind us. Our karmas immerse us and distract us, and we need to seek his blessings to go to reach the soul. The hero also in the words say, are you, as the girls are driving the parrots away saying, ayo, ayo, is this sound driving away, you're making this sound to drive me, is that your karma that's doing that? So that is the second episode. The third episode, the Sakhi is so deeply disturbed watching her friend just disappearing, pining for the Lord, melting, falling sick, losing herself mentally and physically. She tries to explain her true love, Venkateshwara. Instead of getting at least a little tulasi from his garland, she decides it is an evil eye, and therefore she makes all plans to ward away the evil eye and becomes happy that she's done the job. The Sakhi is so distraught because she's sure her friend will not come out of the state if they don't make any attempt to take her to the Lord. So these are the 3 different episodes that we are presenting to you today. The whole format, I have tried to make it into a small Varnam format, so we interspersed it with little Nritya and Bhava. It is set in Raga Malika and Thala Malika.
तजं तदिमि तजनु तदिमि कीट 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 तां तदीं तकीट तजें तकीट तक 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 तजं तदिमि तजनु तदिमि कीट तां तदीं तकीट तजें तकीट तक காண்கின்ற நகளும் காண்கின்றனகளும் கேட்கின்றனகளும் காணீர் இந்நாள் காண்கின்றனகளும் கேட்கின்றனகளும் காணீர் இந்நாள் பான்குன்ற நாட பயில்கின்றன இது எல்லாம் அறிந்தோம் பான்குன்ற நாட பயில்கின்றன இது எல்லாம் அறிந்தோம் மான்குன்ற மேந்திதல் மாமலை வேங்கடத்து உம்பர் நம்பும் சேன்குன்றம் சென்று மான்குன்ற மேந்திதல் மாமலை வேங்கடத்து உம்பர் நம்பும் சேன்குன்றம் சென்று பொருள் படைப்பார் கற்றது தினனவே பொருள் படைப்பார் கற்றது தினனவே பொருள் படைப்பார் கற்றது தினனவே கம பத பசா நிஜ மகரிதனி பச நித பமகரி கம பமப கம பத பசா நிஜ மகரிதனி பச நித பமகரி கம பமப கம பத பச நித மகரித சமகரித நிஜ நீதம பமகரி கம காண்கின்றனகளும் கேட்கின்றனகளும்
குதகதி குதகதி கிணத்தும் தரி ரத்தனரி உதச்சொன்னூரி உதத்தினீடரி உதக்கிட்ட உதரி உத கண்ணதரி உத ஜொன்னூதரி உத திம்மிடரி உத கிட்டரி ரத்தனரி உதச்சொன்னூரி உதத்திமீரி உதக்கிட்டரி உதத்தனரி உதச்சொன்னூரி உதத்திமீரி உதக்கிட்ட தரி கண்ண ஜொன்னு திம்மிதரி உதத்தனதரி உதச்சொன்னூதரி உதத்திமீதரி உதக்கிட்ட உதரி உத கண்ணதரி உத ஜொன்னூதரி தனதரி ஜொன்னூரி தத்தனரி தச்சொண்டூரி தத்திமீரி தக்கிட்டரி உதத்தனரி உதச்சொன்னூரி உதத்திமீரி உதக்கிட்ட தரி தன ஜொன்னு திம்மி ததாரி 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 தகதாதி கிண்ணத்தும் ததி கி ந உதம் takati kutati kinnatum takati kutati kinnatum takati kutati kinnatum tadari 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 takatati kinnatum ta hadi ki na odam takati kutati kinnatum takati kutati kinnatum takati kutati kinnatum tadari 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 takatati kinnatum ta di ki na odam takati kutati kinnatum
காண்கின்றனகளும் தேத்தை தகிட தகத்தை தகிட takita kita takatita takita takatita 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 kita takatita takita takamayon vadatiru venkatanad valli kodigan mayon vadatiru venkatanad valli kodigan மாயோன் வடதிரு வேங்கடநாட வள்ளி கொடிகா மாயோன் வடதிரு வேங்கடநாட வள்ளி கொடிகா நோயோ உரைக்கிலும் கேகில் உரையி நுமது நோயோ உரைக்கிலும் கேகில்ரீலி உரையி நுமது வாயோ அது அன்றி வல்லினையேனோ கிடியோ அது அல்றி வல்லினையேனோ கிளியோ ஏகோ ஆயோ அடு தொண்டையோ அறையோ இது அறிவு அரிது அடு தொண்டையோ அறையோ இது அறிவு அரிது அடு தொண்டையோ அறையோ இது அறிவு அரிது த பகரி சரி க பகத சாதரி தஜேம் தகிட தக தக்கிட கிட தக தாம் தஜம் கிட திமி கிட தஜேம் தகிட தக தக்கிட கிட தக தாம் தஜம் கிட திமி கிட தஜேம் தகிட தக தக்கிட கிட தக தாம் தஜம் கிட திமி கிட தஜேம் தகிட தக தக்கிட கிட தக தாம் தஜம் கிட திமி கிட தஜேம் தகிட தக தக்கிட கிட தக உருகின்ற உருகின்ற கண்மங்கள் மேலென ஓர் பிளதாய் உருகின்ற கண்மங்கள் மேலென ஓர் பிளதாய் இவளை பெறுகின்ற தாய மெய்நொல்து பெறார்வுள் இவளை பெறுகின்ற தாய மெய்நொல்து பெறார்வுள் தூழாய் குழல்வாய் திருகில்றில தொல்லை நேகடமாடமும் சுகில்றில தூழாய் குழல்வாய் திருகில்றில தொல்லை நேகடமாடமும் சுகில்றில இருகின்றதா இவளாகம் மெல்லவி ஏறி கொள்ளவே இருகின்றதால் இவளாகம் மெல்லவி ஏறி கொள்ளவே இருகின்றதால் இவளாகம் மெல்லவி ஏறி கொள்ளவே சானிதபமரி நிசரி மப மப நிதரி தனிதபம பரி சானிதபமரி நிசரி மப மப நிதரி தனிதபம பரி நிசரி மப மபத மப மபத நிரி நிதபமரி நிசரி மப மபத மப மபத நிரி நிதபமரி உருகின்ற கண்மங்கள் உருகின்ற கண்மங்கள்
after the Shringara Rasa, we go to the complete surrender. Now we take the Kulashekar Alva's Pasuram. Though he has a kingdom and a whole army and palace and wealth and riches, he doesn't think that is important. He doesn't want it. All he wants is either to be to stay at the rim of the Tirtha Patra of Venkateshwara, so he can be constantly in touch with the Tirtham that comes from Perumal's water. If not, he requests if he could be one of the champaka flowers in the garden, so he would have an opportunity to be laid at the feet of Venkateshwara. If all of that is not there, at least he wants to be the footstep in front of the temple. So as people go past him, stamping on him, he could remain there just watching the coral-lipped Venkateshwara. So here is Kulashekara Alvar pleading to be just in front of Perumal, in the vicinity of him, and he knows there he will be taken care of by Perumal. This is our final one. We follow this by Yendai Tandai Tandai, a surrender by the Alvar saying, I have been worshipping me, my father, my forefathers. We will continue to do so, and we request and we want the blessings of Perumal. And then we conclude by singing Pallande to the Lord Perumal. And before we go to our concluding part, I would like to introduce my accompaniments. They are the life of the whole show. On vocal is Mr. Anish Menon. He's been with me composing the whole process, which was a blissful journey. With the Mirdangam, Chennai Suresh, and on the violin, Mr. Veeramani from Chennai, and Mr. Natraj on the flute from Chennai. On the makeup is Mr. Suresh from Chennai.
சடையானும் பிரமனும் இல்திரனும் பின்னீட்ட சடையானும் பிரமனும் இல்திரனும் துல்நீட்டு புகழறிய வைகுந்த நீர்வாசல் பின்னீட சடையானும் பிரமனும் இல்திரனும் துல்நீட்டு புகழறிய வைகுந்த நீர்வாசல் மில்வட்ட சுடராழி வேங்கடற்கோந்தானுமிழும் கொல்வட்டில் பிடித்துடனே புகப்பெருவேனாவேனே மில்வட்ட சுடராழி வேங்கடற்கோந்தானுமிழும் கொல்வட்டில் பிடித்துடனே புகப்பெருவேனாவேனே கொல்வட்டில் பிடித்துடனே புகப்பெருவேனாவேனே மபசனி ரிதத தனி தரித கமரித நிதத பதனி ப பமரி மரித நிசரி சரி மப ரி மப 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 சரித மரிதரி உள்பவள வேலை உணவுதல் பால்கடலுள் உண்பவள வேலை உணவுதல் பால்கடலுள் கண் துயிலும் மாயோ கழலினைகள் காண்பதற்கு உள்பவள வேளை உலவுதல் பார்க்கடலும் கண் துயிலும் மாயோன் கழலினைகள் காண்பதற்கு பண்பகரும் வண்டினங்கள் பண்பாடும் வேங்கடத்து செம்பகமாய் நிற்கும் திரு செம்பகமாய் நிற்கும் திருவுடையே நாவேனே பண்பகரும் வண்டினங்கள் பண்பாடும் மிக்கடத்து செம்பகமாய் நிற்கும் திருவுடையே நாவேனே செம்பகமாய் நிற்கும் திருவுடையே நாவேனே பமரி மபப்ப பபரி தத தனி தரி பமரி தனி ரி தத దని పమరి సరి సరి మప మరి దరి சனி தனி பமரி செடியாய வல்வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் திருமாலே செடியாய வல்வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் திருமாலே நெடியானே வேங்கடவ நின் கோயிலில் வாசல் செடியாய வல்வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் திருமாலே நெடியானே வேங்கடவ நின் கோயிலில் வாசல் அடியாரும் வானவரும் அறம் பயங்கும் கிடல் தியங்கும் வெடியாய் கிடல்து உன் பவளவாய் காண்பேனே அடியாரும் வானவரும் அறம் பயரும் கிடல் தியங்கும் படியாய் கிடல்து உன் பவளவாய் காண்பேனே படியாய் கிடல்து உன் பவளவாய் காண்பேனே பமரி பரித நிசரி சரி மபம் ரி மப 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 சரித மரிதரி படியாய் கிடல்து உன் பவளவாய் காண்பேனே தளங்கு தகதிக்கு தகதிங்கினதோ தாம் தாம் தரிதத்தகதி தீ தரிதத்தகதாம் தாம் தரிதத்தகதி தீ தரிதத்தகதாம் தாம் தரிதத்தகதி தே 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 தரிதத்தகதச்சம் தகஜம் தகததிங்கிணதும் 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 தத்திங்கிணத்தும் 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 மன்னிய தன்சாரல் வடவெங்கடத்தான் உன் பொன்னியலும் சேவடிகள் காண்பான் பூரில்து இறைஞ்சிக் கொன்னவிலும் கூர்வேல் குலசேகரன் சொன்ன பன்னிய தமிழ் பாங்காய் பக்தர்களே பாங்காய் பக்தர்களே எந்தை தந்தை 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 தந்தைக்கு முந்தை வானவ 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 வானவர் கோனோடும் சிந்து பூமகிழும் திருவேங்கடத்தந்தம் இல் புகழ் காரியழில் வானவர் கோனோடும் சிந்து பூமகிழும் திருவேங்கடத்தந்தம் இல் புகழ் காரியழில் எந்தை தல்தை 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 தல்தைக்கு முல்லை வானவர் பூமகிழும் திருவேங்கடத்தந்தமில் புகழ் காரியழில் மன்னவர் கோனோடும் சிந்து பூமகிழும் திருவேங்கடத்தந்தமில் புகழ் காரியழில் எந்தை தந்தை 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 தந்தைக்கு முந்தை வானவர் கோனோடும் சிந்து பூமகிழும் திருவேங்கடத்தந்தமில் புகழ் காரியழில் அன்னலே அன்னலே பல்லாண்டு பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு 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 பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு 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 பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு 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 பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு மல்லாண்ட திந்தோல் மணிவண்ணா உன் சேவடி செவ்விய திருகாப்பு மல்லாண்ட திந்தோல் மணிவண்ணா உன் சேவடி செவ்விய திருகாப்பு அடியோமோடும் நின்னோடும் பிரிவின்றி ஆயிரம் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அடியோமோடும் நின்னோடும் பிரிவின்றி ஆயிரம் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு வடிவாய் நின்பள மார்பினில் வாழ்கின்ற மங்கையும் பல்லாண்டு 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 பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு 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 பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பல கோடி நூறாயிரம் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு
Thank you for the mesmerizing performance, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the fantastic show tonight. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being such a wonderful audience. Your enthusiasm and energy have truly made this evening a memorable one. Please enjoy your dinner. Let us meet again tomorrow for day 2. Till then, have a good night. I request Dr. Ananda Shankar ji to felicitate Jayanti Ramachandran ji.